Okay, here, as I was telling you that we have got these many processes and very broadly, I explained the first one. Second
Mhm.
one is define activities, and you see, naturally, we need the project management plan and all the usual things, enterprise, environmental factors, process assets. These are the inputs. The tools are more important here because here we
Mhm.
are actually, defining the activities and, kind of, there is a lot of expert judgment required. And it is like, you are recognizing what all activities could be there within. Decomposition from what? From the WBS, work breakdown
Yeah.
structure, is
Yeah.
further being decomposed from the work package level to activity level.
Mhm.
Rolling wave planning is a concept that as we go into further details, we have to plan further in further details, right?
Mhm.
Now, in every wave of the roll of the wave, we may have to plan things in a little bit more detail. So whatever
Mhm.
could be planned at the work package level, now we are planning at the activity level, which is more
Mhm.
detailed. This is rolling wave planning. And
Mhm.
meetings, among your team members and stakeholders, output expected from this activity could be the list of all the possible activities and
Mhm.
the characteristics or attributes of those activities. And especially importantly, there are some points in the life of the project which are more important than others. These are called milestones.
Mhm.
Like in your life, you have got a birthday and things like that. So,
Mhm.
milestones. Then we have got change request.
Mhm.
And if there is a change request, meaning you want to add an activity which doesn't fit into a work package, but you
Mhm.
strongly believe that when we were creating the work packages, we have missed out something.
Mhm.
So right from the here, we could launch a change request to amend that.
Mhm.
We could even with that change request, because the only thing frozen so far is the scope, right?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
in scope, if you want to change anything, you have to move the change request because
Yes.
scope had been already baseline even
Yeah.
before you started work on schedule.
Mhm.
And resultantly, your project plan can be updated.
Yeah.
Now, sequencing is a very interesting activity. We'll talk about
Mhm.
it in quite a bit of detail. Here,
Mhm.
we actually develop the network diagrams, the natural sequence of how the activities should occur. For that, let's focus only on the tools. We have got
Mhm.
a precedence diagramming method. You must be aware about it.
Mhm. Yes,
There
sir.
was an older method which was called arrow diagramming method, which is no more valid. It is
Mhm.
obsolete, so we don't study that. We study the precedence diagramming method. Then
Okay.
we have got various dependencies. We'll talk about these in detail. What could
Mhm.
be the dependencies? Finish to start, start to finish to finish, start
Mhm.
to start. Then we have got leads and lags. The concept will be discussed. Project management information system is a kind of a automated system or
Mhm.
electronic system for maintaining the progress of your project, right? So yes, all these tools are required. And at the end of the sequencing, we do get a network diagram, which is how the project is going to flow. Anyways, this flow is very important because this sequence and the estimation we are going to do in the next step would actually make up the base for the schedule.
Yeah.
Estimate duration, naturally, it is the first estimation in which, we could use many tools. Like you could use your expert judgment, you could use analogous estimating, like, creating an analogy with your previous experience and taking assumptions from there. Parametric estimation, like, you know for a fact that, for example, the 'cause whatever you are trying to do, or maybe you're trying to do a construction, that this much construction can be done in a day, then how much time it will take to complete the whole work. This is kind of a parametric estimating.
Mhm.
Then 3 point estimate, we have a statistical average kind of a thing. We talk about it. Bottom-up estimating is the most detailed estimation where we estimate each bit and piece right from the bottom and add things upwards. This is probably the best estimation you could ever have. Data analysis, decision making, meetings. Ultimately, we want to come up with a duration estimates for each activity, and what is the basis for each estimation. Why did you say that? It could not be just a guesswork. It could have a reason. So provide those reasons, establish the basis for your estimate. Then we put it all together, define whatever is the output, activity list, attributes, milestone list, and the network diagram, schedule diagram, and the duration estimates and all that. We put it all together into a comprehensive, consolidated project schedule.
Mhm.
So naturally, all of these things are coming in as an input coming from project documents or project management plan. The tools and techniques are many here because basically what we did was we did establish a sequence, but there
Mhm.
has to be analysis conducted once you put it all together. That is called schedule network analysis. You would so you can say that I created the network here. Yes, of course,
Mhm.
you created the network here, but the durations were not loaded up there.
Mhm.
Once the durations are loaded up and analyzed, that is where you can conduct the schedule network analysis, critical path method, even critical chain method, uh,
Mhm.
resource optimization, data analysis, use of leads and lags. We did mention here, but because we don't have durations here, but leads and
Mhm.
lags are outside of the duration, so there could be gaps in between two activities
Mhm.
are overlaps between two activities. Schedule compression techniques, schedule management information system, as we have already discussed before.
Mhm.
And for agile projects, we have got a different mechanism which is called agile release planning.
Mhm.
Anyways, we do come
Yes,
up
sir.
with a baseline of the schedule. Project schedule can be updated. Schedule data is very important because I said there could be hundreds of versions of the schedule, and ultimately one is baseline. But we can't waste the data of those hundreds of possibilities. We
Mhm.
archive it somewhere. We keep it safe for future guidance. Especially it is in case of schedule, we have so many variations the schedule could turn out to be. So we want to store and record all those variations, although we will work on fi- the the finally approved version of it. But we do need a copy of every possibility. So that is what is schedule data. And then
Mhm.
project calendars about who is going to be available when, on what
Mhm.
dates to do what
Mhm.
job. Change requests, if any, naturally change requests at this stage because schedule is not yet baseline. The only
Mhm.
possibility of change request is change to the scope and so on. Ultimately, when we go to the control of the schedule, by the way, at the end of the developed schedule, your schedule is also baseline.
Mhm.
Now, during the control, when the analysis is done, we could suggest changes to the schedule. I mean, schedule change request could also be launched, and that is why we are here. So we have all the usual suspects, is the inputs. Then data analysis is there in tools.
Mhm.
Critical path method, we have used it already.
Yeah.
Almost all of those same thing. But one thing is
Mhm.
we are doing resource optimization here
Mhm.
and schedule compression, which is also there in develop schedule. Anyways, we reanalyze everything, put it all together, and as a result, we output from we output the work performance information
Mhm.
for further decision
Mhm.
making. Schedule forecast we can create. We can create a new change request based on the schedule.
Mhm.
Project management plans can be updated. Project documents could be updated. So this is generally the explanation of all the six processes. Any questions so far?
No, so far. Thank you, sir.
Very nice.
Okay.
So this I have already explained to you. These
Mhm.
are uh, all the processes, tools, inputs,
Mhm.
and output. But why did I mention all of them? Because these tools and techniques are really very important. Although you should have an idea what is coming as
Mhm.
input, what is coming going out as output. But most important thing as a scheduler is you should be an expert of all these tools. All these tools. Some of them are repetitive. You see expert judgment here and here also,
Mhm.
meetings here and here also. You
Okay.
could create a list. These are the tools as a scheduler you should be able to use. A lot
Okay.
many tools here, analogous, parametric, 3 point, and so on. Anyways, let us dive deeper into the key concepts for project schedule management.
Okay.
Well, we did talk about how a schedule is to be created, and we do understand that project schedule is supposed to be the detailed plan that actually represents how something could be done and when.
Mhm.
That is very important.
Mhm.
How and when the project will deliver the product, service, and result. Naturally, this is the natural breakdown of that in detailed form, right? And why are we doing all that? Just as per the scope defined in the scope
Mhm.
baseline. So, according to the scope baseline, we are trying to implement our project, the work of the
Mhm.
project. It serves as a tool for communication to let everybody know stakeholder expectations. We should be keeping all our stakeholders on board, and
Mhm.
while meeting their expectations, we have to keep them update with the performance reported. Whatever is happening on the schedule, all the relevant stakeholders must be kept up to date.
Mhm.
Uh, Project management team selects a scheduling method. This is very important. When
Mhm.
you start scheduling, you have first to determine what kind of a project is this? What approach should I use? All the slides right now in front of you are based on the sixth edition of
Mhm.
PMP-OK, but in seventh edition, they have shifted the orientation
Mhm.
to, kind of both agile and predictive project management has
Mhm.
become equally important. Rather, it becomes a critical factor, and we choose which approach we must take. So, as I might have mentioned earlier, the traditional approach is considered to be called as a predictive project management. Uh, the adaptive approach is considered to be called as a agile project management. These are two extreme methods of doing things, but these are opposite to each other. These approaches are opposite to each other. They have got different parameters. They do things differently. Where predictive project management could be very specific, very focused. The agile project management doesn't bother about focus. It talks about producing something very fast,
Mhm.
right? In a highly changing environment, you are keeping the stakeholders happy and delivering them as well.
Mhm.
Whereas predictive takes a long time. At the end of the project, you deliver something to the customer. Here, the
Mhm.
satisfaction levels in agile are really very high. So, in between these two extremes, uh, we have a third option also, or we can say we could have many options in between. But these are the two extremes.
Mhm.
The middle area between the predictive project management and adaptive project management, meaning you are doing a project with both approaches somehow applied, it could be called as a hybrid approach. Before you start your project, you have to make a conscious decision with
Mhm.
reasons what approach should you be taking. It is old history that, every project has to be done in a predictive manner. No, not at all.
Mhm.
In today's
Mhm.
world, you have to make the decision, right? And
Yes, sir.
interestingly, the modern technologies are such that they believe even if you started a project in a predictive manner, it might be possible for you to convert into hybrid right in the middle of the project and
Mhm.
end on a adaptive approach. It is very much possible. But I am just projecting the various possibilities to you as if you could be flexible in thinking that the traditional predictive project management is not the only way of doing the things.
Mhm.
Anyways, most of the data available in
Mhm.
these slides is more related to the predictive project management, but I will keep you abreast with the agile way of working also.
Okay.
For the time being, uh, when we are mentioning sixth edition, mostly we would be kind of more predictive in nature. But
Okay.
let's see. Okay, then it talks about project specific data. What is project specific data? This term is
Mhm.
used for referring to various activities of the project, their planned dates, their durations, the resources allocated to them, how they are connected together through dependencies and constraints. All this data is called project specific data. It will
Yeah.
differ from project to project. All projects have different activities, and naturally, if they are different activities, they start on different dates, end on different dates, their durations are different, their resources utilization are different. How do they depend amongst each other, and what are their constraints? These things are specific to your project. This is called your project specific data,
Mhm.
and based on this unique combination, the ultimately shape your schedule is going to take for the very first time. We call it the project model, schedule model, project scheduling model.
Mm.
Now, as I said, the schedule model, uh, once it takes a shape of a model for the very first time, it is not the final shape. There is a lot of distance between schedule model and the
Mhm.
ultimate baseline version. Because between creating the first shape of a schedule till a baseline of the schedule, we may have to go through various iterations or various versions of the schedule model. We call them the schedule instances. But this is part of your planning,
Mhm.
putting it all together, creating a schedule model, then amending that schedule model iteratively until
Mhm.
you think it is presentable to be offered to the higher management as if they can
Mhm.
baseline it. But once
Mhm.
it is baselined, you have absolutely no authority to make any changes without the permission of the higher authority.
Mhm.
So the result here is a project schedule which is long cherished. We wanted that. So
Mhm.
scheduling overview that shows how the selection method, scheduling tool, and output from the project schedule management process interact to create a schedule model. I think we have, yeah, this is important. Now
Mhm.
look at this thing very closely. What
Okay.
are we really showing here? There are various circles overlapping.
Okay.
What do we have? First, when you start a project, you have to decide what scheduling method are you going to be using. Whether it is critical path method, a critical chain method, or whatever. So that is a major decision.
Mhm.
What mechanism do you want to use? That actually determines your method. And method is a governing force to
Mhm.
establishing the scheduling model. But between the schedule method and the scheduling model, for example, you have selected critical path method as your method. then specific tools which can handle critical path method would be used, maybe MS Project, maybe something else. So relevant scheduling tool will be accordingly selected. But interestingly, uh, just choosing a method or tool is not sufficient. Every project differs from other project. So project specific data is important to determine the method you are using. For that matter, I would say even before the method, there is a methodology, whether you are doing it in a predictive manner or an agile manner, because scheduling in agile is completely different. It is not fit into this picture at all. It is not being discussed here right now in this. So if you are doing an agile project, then your tools are going to be different, your model is going to be different, and a whole of the philosophy is going to be different. But specifically, if you are doing a predictive project, you have to have a method, you have to have a tool, and then depending on your project data, you when you put it all together, it will take a shape. For the first time, which I called, it would be your schedule model. First time the Gantt chart is created. That is the scheduled model. That is not the final plan. I have seen this. Project managers have been doing this mistake all the time. As soon as the first shape of the schedule emerges, they start dancing around and, oh, scheduling has been done. Let's get to the execution. No, you have to be cool. You have to think about it. There are a lot many things to be fixed in this schedule. This is not the final version. Final version only becomes available after the baseline, and that baseline is your project schedule. But, anyways, uh, you could amend the baseline with a change request as discussed earlier at any time. But remember, getting to from the very first recorded version of the schedule model till the approved version of the schedule model, that is the baseline, you may have to go through a number of instances. This change, this change, this change. And ultimately, when you are satisfied, you present it to your bosses and then they will baseline it. It will be the official project schedule. That means between the schedule model and the schedule baseline, there may be any number of interim schedule shifts. But they all are, just for record purposes, applicable is the baseline. Okay, remember, whatever schedule model you are going to be creating is highly impacted by the data of your project, the project information. If you are constructing a similar building but in a different environment, probably your schedule model will be different because your project information is different. Anyways, once a baseline has been, baseline has been created, you would have certain number of documents created in the process. For example, you would be knowing all the activities of the project. In and like we had a work breakdown structure dictionary as a result of the scope baseline. Here, we will further elaborate and convert it into a detailed list of all possible activities. Means the work breakdown structure was only going down to the work package level, but this is further breakdown. Actually, this is the list of all possible activities. This is the result of scheduling. Second thing is you could come up with a Gantt chart, which we also call a bar chart. And as I said, it may be a scheduled model, or it may be an interim model, or it may be a baseline model. And then we freeze the baseline here. Whenever you want to make any change to the schedule, you have to unfreeze it, and then again you start playing around with it until it is stable and you again get it re-baseline, right?
Mhm.
Anyways, whether it is a model, whether it is an instance of the model, or it is the baseline, or it is refrozen, whatever the state is, it will
Mhm.
always be something like a bar chart.
Okay.
Okay, this bar chart is highly influenced by, it's not bar chart, doesn't get the network diagram created. Bar chart and is created by availability of the activity list and the network diagram.
Mhm.
Modern project managers who have never drawn a single line on paper, they think computers can do everything for them. They don't even create an network diagram. They just get from their computers a bar chart and they think that is everything. Sorry, that is based on the network diagram.
Mhm.
Network diagram is not a byproduct of a bar chart. You must understand which activity depends on which activity, right? Otherwise, it will be a completely disastrous design.
Mhm.
Anyways, network diagram must be available before you should develop the baseline or a bar chart.
Mhm.
Anyways, these are some of the various artifacts of the project schedule, which I mean, they are all project schedule, but they are various
Mhm.
versions presentable to different audience.
Mhm.
Somebody is interested in a network diagram, somebody is interested in a bar chart, somebody
Mhm.
want to look at whatever version. It could have even more than these three shapes.
Mhm.
It could have any number of shapes. Different stakeholders may be provided the project schedule in different shapes and colors. It could be a pie chart for someone. It could be a bar chart for someone. It could be a network diagram for someone. It could be a resource loading chart for someone. But these
Mhm.
are various depictions of the schedule baseline. So you see, this I have already explained to you, but you
Mhm.
just remember project information greatly impacts the model selected. And model is selected based on the philosophy of the method, adaptation of a scheduling tool, and using the data, you create a schedule model which is going to be unique for every project. This schedule model is the first shape the schedule has taken. It may go through various instances until it is baseline and be declared as a final project schedule. Then, as I explained to you, these could be various representations of the project schedule. An activity list, bar chart, network diagram, and there could be 100 more.
Mhm.
Coming back to the key concepts, for predictive projects specifically, I did tell you that we are talking about the predictive projects here. When
Mhm.
I will be talking about agile, you would know.
Okay.
So we know that these are the various activities to be performed in a predictive project. Like, after you develop the project schedule management plan, you have
Mhm.
to define activities, you have to sequence them, you have to estimate their durations and develop a schedule model. And all of these processes are so tightly linked with each other
Mhm.
that many people think in the field of project management that they are not separate activities. They consider them all a single big activity,
Okay.
which is, although I don't mind it, but this is not right because
Mhm.
they are separate activities and they all have separate purpose. Defining an activity uses different tools as compared to sequencing an activity, right? So if
Okay.
you think that one person knows it all, then he
Mhm.
must know all the tools of each one of these activities, which I have already shown you. I know there are some repetitions in the tools,
Mhm.
but there are unique tools also. right? So for
Yes.
sequences purposes, there could be different tools. For duration estimation, there could be different tools. So yes, as a scheduling professional, you would know everything.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, this is just not one activity. These are more than one processes. You are a master of thereby. Therefore,
Mm-hmm.
you are a scheduling professional. It is just not a process that you are mastering. You are mastering complete, set of processes, a complete specialization in the area of scheduling. That is what it
Mm-hmm.
is. So they are tightly linked and they are viewed generally by people as a single process that can be performed by a single person over a relatively short period of time. No, sir. Actually, that happens in small projects. When you are in a serious business, in a huge project, a single person can't even do the scheduling. You need to have a complete team of people and you need to have separate specialization in the area of definition, sequencing. Some out of your people would be an expert in duration estimate. Some would be masters of the critical path or critical chain. All of these people, this whole huge team, might be under your command. You could be the scheduling professional working under the project manager.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, we are talking about a big project, a mega project, right? So people actually think from a very myopic view. They think about it like, there is a very small project going and even the project manager alone can handle the schedule. Yes, that might be the case in some small project, but as the volume grows, the specialization grows, the need for more staff grows. So that is exactly why you are going for this specialization, that you realize that scheduling professional has its own place in certain level of projects. Got that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Thank you.
These processes are presented here as distinct elements. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
we have to define them because maybe somebody can do several jobs, like he can define activities and sequence also, or sequence activities and estimate also. Well, but because they are separate activities, we have to define them separately as a
Mm-hmm.
unit. Although, if you want, you can do more than one activities at a time,
Yeah.
right? But
Yes.
you must treat them as separate ways
Mm-hmm.
of working. Anyways, some of these processes are presented more fully. When I will cover the practice standard for scheduling, you would
Mm-hmm.
be flabbergasted because whatever information we are discussing here is like nominal as compared to what the practice standard of scheduling tells you. It is so detailed that
Mm-hmm.
as a project management, PMI scheduling professional, I would strongly recommend that
Mm-hmm.
you should have it handy with you all the time. Buy a hard copy and keep it beside you while you are doing that because there are so it's like a magic book. There are so many secrets about scheduling you won't imagine could be available.
Okay.
Okay, when possible, the detailed project schedule should remain flexible throughout the project to adjust for knowledge gained, increased understanding of the risk, and value added activities. Now, the problem is if the schedule is baseline, how can we keep it flexible?
Through change
Through change
control.
request, very good.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
when it is not baseline, then we are a continuous bubbling movement,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it could be, we could be considering this can happen, that can happen. All possibilities are
Mm-hmm.
secured before the
Mm-hmm.
baseline. We don't even have to make the change. When I am creating the first baseline, I have gone through hundreds of iterations of
Mm-hmm.
possibilities and I have recorded those somewhere in the documentation that this can happen this way, this way, this way, or that way. But the selected mechanism is the baseline. But if at all some other situation occurs, I can refer back to all those possibilities, and then it would be easier for me to refer to my boss and tell him that this thing has occurred, this is my change request, and I want to trace back to that option and make it my choice option. Or maybe you can come up with more analysis and
Mhm.
suggest some changes to the changes to the schedule. So whenever you learn something new, whenever you face a complete understanding or better understanding of the level of risk you are facing, or whenever you have need for value added activities, you should have that kind of flexibility as
Mhm.
if you can suggest a change request. And the mechanism, definitely, I agree with you, is moving the change request. But
Mhm.
schedule management purposes, we need to have that kind of flexibility as if uh, we can move that kind of thing. Although I have already mentioned something about the baseline, the first version,
Mhm.
the project schedule thing. I mean, the model and various interim instances. But let us talk more in detail about this thing, how this happens.
Okay.
Distinguishing the project schedule presentation. Now, presentation is how do you present your schedule in front of others. Now
Okay.
that is very fascinating concept because it could be represented to some as a Gantt chart, to some as a scheduled data, to some
Mhm.
as a network diagram. So
Mhm.
presentation of schedule could take any form. Now we have to refer to the scheduling tool,
Mhm.
which we remember the two circles. The first is select the method, and under the method we
Yeah. Yeah.
select the tool.
Yeah.
So you decide how this project is supposed to be done. For example, you say predictive. I say okay, predictive
Okay.
project management. So let us develop a predictive schedule because predictive schedule is different from the agile schedule. Let us
Mm.
develop the predictive schedule. Okay, do you want to follow critical path or critical chain? Or any other method. Use a critical path. Okay,
Mhm.
fine. Remaining within critical path, we have got these 10 different software or 10 different
Mhm.
methodologies by which we can apply it. So you say, okay, if we are doing a construction project, we will adopt the tool which is called Primavera for engineers. Have you heard about Primavera?
Software like
Yeah,
Microsoft project.
yeah, exactly. But this is more comprehensive for engineers, right?
Oh,
Anyways,
okay.
so that is your tool selection,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So you see, this is how we do that. But now we need to put actual data into it. That is the real life data of the project. And
Mhm.
that when you put into the scheduling tool, which is under the scheduling method you have selected for the
Mhm.
first time when this all of these things are put together, the the shape it will take, it will be a unique shape, and it would be your schedule model. First time it takes a shape of a Gantt chart is
Yeah.
my schedule model,
Mhm.
though it is yet not baseline. Just imagine
Mhm.
you are, for example, the data about the project, actual data about the project is like air, right?
Mhm.
And the schedule method and model you have, sorry, the method and tool you have selected is
Mhm.
like a balloon, elastic
Mhm.
balloon.
Mhm.
Now, if the data of the project is more and you fill it into that balloon, it will take a shape. But according to the method or whatever, maybe the balloon is designed to be heart shaped. So your method is heart-shaped. All your data, when get into it, it will be a big or small heart-shaped balloon. You get my point?
Yes, sir.
So you see, the method and method and tool is actually shaping the overall shape of your scheduled model.
Mm-hmm.
But model can only form when the project information is pumped into it,
Mm-hmm.
right? And over the period, this information can increase or decrease. So the shape of your balloon, which
Mm-hmm.
is my schedule model,
Mm-hmm.
goes through various, changes in the shape. Sometimes it is a big balloon, sometimes it's a small balloon. Then you again pump in more data, things like that. But it generally retains the shape of the method, right? So that means my scheduled project data will keep changing over time while we are planning, and
Mm-hmm.
my schedule model will go through many variations until we have decided on a certain most possible occurrence, and we get it agreed or approved by our higher management. We say this is baseline. But now we are not going to pump in more air into this balloon because it has
Mm-hmm.
now been baseline,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Until a change request occurs and we unfreeze it, then the air start blowing in or out.
Yeah.
But for the time being, this is the final version according to which we are going to execute.
Yeah.
So you understand the concept of project data, project
Yes.
scheduled model, and scheduled
Mhm.
instances.
Yes, sir.
Project data is the air.
Mm-hmm.
A schedule model is the basic shape it takes from the tool or method.
Okay.
And schedule instance is the changing shapes of that balloon.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes it is small, sometimes it is big. Maybe
Okay.
you keep a track on day wise or whatever. So that are different instances, and then you decide on the final instance that this is the final one. Let us baseline it, and your bosses baseline that version,
Mm-hmm.
right? That becomes a baseline. Now you're not allowed to add or subtract any project data into it. So that remains static and you
Mm-hmm.
execute it. But if things go curvy and you have to uh, bring about a change request regarding the schedule, in that case, you have to unfreeze the baseline, which means the elastic nature of the schedule will again come into play.
Mm-hmm.
New instances, new data, new air into the balloon, and all things will again start happening. And because the data has been changed, so ultimately you again wait for it to balance out. And ultimately, when it is stable, you will again get it rebaseline. And this thinking keeps happening. I don't know if I can explain it, but
Mm-hmm.
the schedule is like jelly.
Mm-hmm.
As you unfreeze it, it starts vibrating. It is affected by every factor, air and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and therefore we have to keep it stable, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we adjust it, and then we freeze it. We freeze it
Yes, sir.
means we have baselined it. So we can do this exercise time and again.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, we will have more information about it when we talk about the schedule model in the practice standard of scheduling, which is a
Okay.
separate standard.
Okay.
Okay, scheduling processes and relationship. We have already talked about this one, that we have got these processes and they are tightly linked and blah, blah, blah. Schedule management plan, I have explained to you that schedule management plan is the plan about how to schedule various activities of
Mm-hmm.
the scheduling. like how
Mm-hmm.
to identify the activity, how to uh, identify the activities, how to sequence them, how to, develop a schedule and all that. So this is all the guidelines are there in the schedule management plan. The meta plan is there. What is the schedule management plan itself? It is by itself a smaller subsidiary part or plan of the project management plan. Project management plan is the big plan, and
Mm-hmm.
schedule management plan is the subsidiary. Scope management plan is another subsidiary,
Mm-hmm.
and all the different knowledge areas, all the 10 knowledge areas, they are subsidiary plans into the project management plan. And schedule plan, although very important, but schedule management plan is also a subsidiary. Schedule management plan identifies a scheduling method, a scheduling tool, and sets the format and establishes a criteria for developing and controlling the project schedule. So, all guidelines related to this are established in the schedule management plan. You remember I explained that.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever scheduling method you have selected,
Yeah.
whether agile or hybrid or I don't know, it
Mm-hmm.
defines the framework and algorithms used in the scheduling tools to create the schedule model.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the better known scheduling methods, these are, by the way, from the point of view of the predictive project. It does not talk about agile. These are critical path method and the critical chain method. I'll talk about these also in some detail. Okay, as far as schedule development is concerned, naturally we do understand that we will have to define activities, sequence them, and so on. So let
Mm-hmm.
us get into that. But at the end of the day, when we are controlling the schedule, all of these things will be referred back. We'll check whether everything is happening according to the schedule management plan, or you have broken the rules of the basic rules of the schedule management plan. And if the rules were broken, was it happening due to some kind of change request, or it was unofficial? Any change, anything which happens in a project without permission or without a proper change request is generally considered to be a scope creep.
Mm-hmm.
Scope creep is a concept for changes happening without any permission. Whether those changes are in the scope or schedule or cost or anywhere, if without any permission any change happens, it is called a scope creep, specifically for which can impact the scope of the project. What are the trends and emerging practices in project schedule management? We do understand that in projects we cannot be certain 100% about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Things are still going to be doubtful, uncertain, unpredictable. But in today's fast-paced, highly competitive global environment, where long-term scope is difficult to define. Naturally, if the things are so changing so fast, there is such a high competition. That means the level of uncertainty and unpredictability will also increase. You agree with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See, if everything is certain, we know that
Mhm.
we have to get from point A to point B, and
Right.
B is not going to move away. It is staying
Mhm.
there. Then my plan is simple. I
Yeah.
schedule from moving from point A to point B. But if my target point B is likely to shift right or left, I will have to replan. You
Yeah.
understand that point?
Yes, sir.
So basically, when we talk about fast paced, highly competitive global environment, we mean
Mhm.
we are increasing the uncertainty, unpredictability, and therefore we need to adjust to the changing trends.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you,
Mhm.
we have to tailor whatever you plan. You can never be 100% certain about things, though you
Mhm.
plan certain things, but you have to tailor it according to your need and adopt accordingly.
Mhm.
Having said that, let us understand predictive projects, no matter how complex
Mhm.
they are inherently having less level, less level of uncertainty. You may be 80% sure how the things are happening, 20% there could be a uncertainty. When the level of uncertainty and unpredictably keeps increasing, there is a moment when predictive project management no more remains possible, not feasible,
Mhm.
because things are changing at a pace faster than predictive project management can handle. That is the time when you have to consider moving to a completely different breed of project management, and that is called adaptive planning. Meaning, in environment where the things and the target is changing all the time, how can you get the things done? How can you still be efficient, be able to satisfy the customer, at the
Mhm.
same time accommodating their ad hoc requirements, which are changing
Mhm.
all the time?
Yeah.
This can only be addressed through methods like agile.
Mhm.
So adaptive planning defines a plan. It does. It does define a plan, but
Mhm.
that plan is always high level, not
Yeah.
detailed.
Yeah.
That only acknowledges that this work has to be done. But as we start doing the work, the priorities may change, the plan needs to reflect this new knowledge. So we quickly adjust to that and we keep adjusting to that throughout the life of the project
Mhm.
until the project ends. So naturally, you need to have a lot of coordination with your customer who is constantly changing the requirement, and you must have a good understanding with the customer. Okay, as far as emerging practices are concerned, like the agile or adaptive environments,
Mhm.
how do we do project scheduling in those kinds of environment? In a classical predictive project management, we create a whole schedule, then we baseline it, and then we follow it.
Mhm.
But if it is an uncertain environment, how many times can you make the change request? Maybe
Yeah.
in a traditional predictive project, we have
Mhm.
say 100 change requests in the whole lifespan of the project.
Mhm.
But and that is over maybe 300 days.
Yeah.
So in 3 days we have a change request approximately on average.
Yeah.
What if you have 20 change requests every day? You will go mad. That method is not going to work for you. So they have devised various other methods which could somehow accommodate that. One is called iterative scheduling with a backlog.
Mhm.
That means we don't know what to do. This is a huge project. We don't even
Mhm.
know how long it is going to go. But we say, no, no matter, no problem. You keep changing the requirements. You keep changing the length of a project. We don't
Mhm.
mind. That is between the customer and my boss. My boss is the project sponsor, or what we
Mhm.
call in agile world as a product owner. He owns the product. and the customer coordinates with him, and they negotiate with each other all the time. They keep changing the requirements all the time. Does not matter. All the requirements so far collected from the customer, product owner is responsible for maintaining it in a database. We call it a product backlog. Means all the requirements are put into this backlog, right?
Yes, sir.
And product owner is also responsible to keep negotiating with the customer what is the most important requirement, meaning he is responsible for maintaining a prioritized product backlog.
Yeah.
That means the most important and valuable requirements of the customer must be at the top of the list. That is one strategy that we have developed, a prioritized backlog. Number two, and customer is free to add any requirement anytime into the backlog, no hold bar, no problem, because that is between the product owner and the customer. They can add any requirement anytime, adjust it in the priority in the priority, and deal howsoever they want to deal about it. What would be my strategy as a project manager and an agile project manager? I would like to, because the work of the project I have to do and my team has to do, I say I will work in small iterations, small fixed iterations with a limited number of people. That's it. That is my strategy. I'm not concerned how much work will I be given. I am not interested to increase the number of people. I say, for example, I say I will work in brackets of 2 weeks, or one work patch would be 2 weeks long, and I need 10 people for that, right? I get 10 people, I have 2 weeks, and I go to my product owner. I say, Sir, I'm ready. What to do? He says, Go look into the product backlog. The items are lying there in a prioritized order. Discuss with your team and pick up as many items from the top of the list as you think you can do in your first iteration. You got that point?
Yes, sir.
So he picks, say, 5 items from the top of the list, but because those 5 items are graded highest priority to the customer, so when I deliver them after 2 weeks, customer will be pleased more than anything. Because maybe we have touched on only 20% of the highest requirement. In number of in number of requirements, I could have only addressed 20% of them. But what I am delivering to the customer, I am delivering 80% satisfaction just in 2 weeks. And meanwhile, there is no hold bar. Customer could have changed any requirements anytime. Product backlog is growing. We don't mind. As team members, we don't object. Whatever new requirement you want to add to the product backlog, we don't mind.
Okay.
We just mind one thing, that these 2 weeks, we should not be bothered. We should be allowed to do what we do and deliver. So after every 2 weeks, we deliver something of value. So we work in iterations, iterative scheduling with a backlog. The second method, now this specific method on the first method is called agile.
Yes, sir.
The second method is again very interesting. It is called lean. It is not about speed. The lean is not about speed. It is called on-demand scheduling, and what is the purpose of on-demand scheduling is to make us more efficient
Mhm.
and be able to deliver things to the level of perfection,
Mhm.
right? Meaning, the basic philosophy behind lean is it says if you can identify and remove all possible wastes from your work,
Yeah.
you will achieve 100% efficiency.
Mhm.
I hope you understand effective difference between effective and efficient. Effective is
Mhm.
what I deliver is what I promise.
Yes.
I'm effective, right?
Yeah.
But can you deliver more? Of course. But I
Yes.
did not promise it. Why should I deliver that? So efficient is a person who delivers more than promised in less time,
Mm.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. So lean people say that we have to identify the sources of waste.
Mhm.
There are there are activities which are wasting our time. They are not
Yeah.
necessary. There are activities which is wasting a lot many other things. Lean industry has identified eight different methods of waste: time waste, production waste, overproduction waste,
Mhm.
wait listing, and lot many other things. It says on-demand scheduling
Mhm.
will remove the waste and make it the most efficient way of working.
Mhm.
Now, what to do? Uh, they say when you start doing something, you should not start more than a specific number of activities.
Mhm.
Because if you take up more activities simultaneously, you will be clogged because you have a limited capacity. Say you are 10 people, you can do work of 10 people, not of
Yeah.
100 people. But if
Mhm.
under certain pressure, you take the workload of 100 people, 10 people would be gasping for air. It will
Mhm.
be a waste of time. They would
Yeah.
not be able, like, it is just like putting more food in your mouth than you can chew. So, this is a waste of time. So, how
Mhm.
to remove this wastage? They say only take up that much work you can chew.
Mhm.
So, define a limit how much work this 10-man team can easily handle at any one point in time. So we say, okay, we 10-man team of ours can handle at most three tasks at a time.
Mhm.
So what we have done is we have limited the work in progress. At any time, we won't be doing more than three jobs. But then we have to sacrifice the philosophy of backlog.
Mhm.
Although there is a backlog with the overall project, but what we do is we don't pick and choose in the beginning of every iteration because in lean we don't have iterations.
Mhm.
We just have one team. We go to the backlog and we pick three items. Say the work in
Mhm.
progress limit is three. We pick three items, we start doing them, and as soon as any one item gets completed,
Mhm.
another item is picked out of the product backlog. There is no iteration. We keep working continuously from start till end,
Mhm.
and just like eating up an elephant, we will eat the whole work up
Mhm.
one day.
Mhm.
Three tasks at a time. Slow and steady wins the race. We will ultimately we eat up everything. We'll do
Mhm.
everything.
Mhm.
That is called on-demand scheduling, and that
Mhm.
is also lean scheduling. The first example is a agile scheduling. And
Mhm.
interestingly, uh, the industry has married up these two concepts very tightly nowadays. They have there is a new concept which has arisen, which is called lean agile, meaning all the benefits of lean and all the benefits of agile, but it is predominantly agile. It has got, it has got iterations, right? But within each iteration, it puts a limit to the work in progress. So, though it is predominantly agile, but still it takes advantage of the lean concept. So these are two different techniques for scheduling as far as agile is concerned. And these things you have never been taught before because we have been working all the time on a predictive way of working. This is not predictive. This is emerging technology. This is completely different. This is not how we are tuned to work. As far as iterative scheduling with a backlog is concerned, this is a form of rolling wave planning. We have an overall broad plan, and what we are doing is we are rolling out a plan in layers, in waves. We do a limited extent of work, which is more well explained, and we keep moving forward based on adaptive life cycle. Right? This is your according to the life cycle. Can we take a break about 10 minutes?
Okay, so no problem.
Okay, let me. Yeah, here we go.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry for the break, but I had to do something. Anyways, so I was defining the rolling wave planning,
Okay.
iterative scheduling. I have already described to you there is a backlog, and you keep doing your 2 week iterations or whatever time you have selected for the iteration. Maybe it is 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, whatever. But these are short iterations, and you keep rolling out one after the other until all the requirements of the project have been completed. Because the requirements are continuously changing. That's why we had to resort to this approach. Whatever the requirements are, they are documented in not in formal mechanism of documentation, uh, requirement documentation, but every requirement is called a user story. Every requirement can be broken down into certain statements, 3 or 4 statements, which are user stories which explain that requirement completely. These user stories are included in the backlog, and there could be thousands of them in the backlog. They are prioritized and refined just prior to the actual work. So they represent certain features which should be included in the project as a requirement. I mean, the requirement could be divided into features. Feature could be divided into user stories. User stories are like use cases that if I want to do this, I should be able to do this, right? So story should describe kind of part of a feature of the requirement. And if all the features of the requirement are complete, then that requirement is complete. Maybe that requirement is represented by 25 different user stories. When all of those 25 user stories are complete, that requirement will be ticked off. It could be applied, generally speaking, people don't think that it is for the construction projects. Agile is not considered applicable to construction project, which is a very wrong notion. They think everything in construction industry or in some other industries like that or can only be done in a predictive manner. Yes, I do agree to some extent, but that is not our rule. Now, in today's evolving world, changing world, we do see new technologies. Like, you know, previously we used to think that a building cannot be constructed in less than a year,
Mhm.
right? Now, the same kind of building can easily be constructed in a couple of months.
Right.
And the new experiments have been that things have been done in a couple of hours or days. Same level.
Mhm.
Like in COVID, Chinese, they established, uh, I don't know, 3,000 bed hospital in
Wow.
just a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Just a couple of hours. Fully equipped. 3,000 bed hospital, right?
Yeah.
So, how much time does it take to construct a hospital? It could
Hours.
be. Similarly, this is not only for an emergency situation. There are examples where high-rise buildings have been constructed in days, right? And
Yeah.
interestingly, there was an example in which the high-rise building was still being constructed while the lower floors were were being used, were in
Wow.
service,
Wow.
right?
Yeah.
So, and the simplest way of understanding this concept is a Lego set. Today's construction is like a Lego, right?
Yes.
There are pre-constructed houses or rooms or flats.
Mhm.
They just bring it on with a crane and fit into the slot on top of the building. And this thing is happening. Building is rising on
Mhm.
daily basis by many floors,
Yeah.
and the lower floors are operational already. And as we keep constructing upwards, all the floors start becoming available. And while the construction is going on, the things are being used also by the customer.
Mhm.
So, yes, there is very much a possibility today. This is how the things uh, are possible. Tomorrow, there will be a
Mhm.
time when predictive may completely be eliminated from a lot many industries. But for
Mhm.
the time being, let us make space for both methodology and understand that predictive is not the only way of doing things.
Mhm.
Even agile or a hybrid approach can very much handle similar workload loads. There is a definite possibility for that.
Mhm.
Okay. Trends, iterative scheduling with a backlog. I think I have already explained it. Deliver
Yeah.
incremental value to the customer or when multiple teams can currently develop. Now, this is
Wow.
another concept that generally people think that when we are working with a backlog, it's a very small team. How much can they handle, right?
Mhm.
So this is a wrong conception. It is not always necessary that there should only be a one team. If there is
Mhm.
a need, you have got more work, you can
Mhm.
employ multiple teams, maybe hundreds of teams, right? On
Mhm.
the same project, they could be working in parallel and contributing bit by bit to the overall project. So,
Mhm.
this is called scaled agile when more than one team is working. Naturally, then the control mechanism is
Mhm.
slightly enhanced. Like every team is controlled by their respective manager and product owner. Then
Mhm.
multiple number of teams, say there are 10 teams who are working together. So there is a
Mhm.
higher level of control on them. Like
Yeah.
if there is a scrum master for a single team, there would be
Mhm.
10 scrum master for 10 teams, and they would be reporting to a senior scrum master. And they will have 10 product owners for each team will have one product owner, and
Mhm.
all those product owners may be reporting to a senior product owner,
Yeah.
right? So that
Mhm.
way, it could have many layers, any number of layers. And
Mhm.
there was a project going on in Google, purely agile project with 15,000 employees. That means straight away, there were 1,500 teams working, right?
Yeah.
So there is no end to it. There is no holding back. The benefits of this approach is that it welcomes change throughout the development life cycle. The requirement is never frozen, right? There is no baseline concept.
Mhm.
There is no baseline concept in Agile.
Yeah. Mm.
Customer is always welcome to add new requirements. We welcome
Mhm.
change, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On-demand scheduling, as I told you, it is a
Yeah.
lean system, which is
Mhm.
also called a Kanban system.
Yeah.
Kanban is a style of lean.
Okay.
This is based on theory of constraint. Now, in a way, you can relate it with a critical chain method. Well, I
Mhm.
don't really wanted to mention that because that is usually related to the predictive kind of a method.
Good.
But
Yeah.
critical chain actually is also a mechanism linked with theory of constraint. So Kanban is also linked with theory of constraint
Yeah.
and pull-based scheduling. Pull-based scheduling is when we are done with what we are doing, we will
Mhm.
pull more work.
Okay.
It is not based on the backlog or a size
Mhm.
of the iteration. There is no size. There is a complete continuity. But when we are done with this one activity, we will pick another activity right at that time. Right?
Okay.
So there is
Mhm.
no break between iterations. There are no iterations at all.
Okay.
This philosophy is more applicable in lean manufacturing. Even for the last 12 to 15 years, it
Mhm.
it is also applicable to construction. It is called lean construction. To limit a team's work in progress in order to balance demand against the
Mhm.
team delivery throughput. Meaning, team should be able to deliver optimum because you have not overloaded the team.
Mhm.
Team is balancing. They are doing what they can do best and how much they can do best. They are not ever overloaded, so there is
Mhm.
no constraint and they are continuously in progress. Work in progress is continuity. On demand scheduling does not rely on schedule. Again, there is no schedule in Agile. That was developed previously for the development of a product or product increment, but rather pulls work from a backlog.
Mhm.
There is a backlog. They pull work from the backlog in bulk. Maybe you say we take up 10 items of the work from the
Mhm.
backlog, and then they don't. It is not on demand. Sorry. Uh, yeah, it is not. It is not yeah, like what do you call it? They're not like agile that you
Mhm.
pick up those items. You pick when you require. You on demand. You are picking it up. On demand scheduling is often used for projects that evolve the product incrementally in operational and sustainment environment and where
Mhm.
tasks may be made relatively similar in size and scope. This is a very important point. If
Mhm.
you think that there is a lot of variation of work, meaning the work is not very similar, maybe on demand scheduling is not for it. You rather go for agile if the
Mhm.
size of each user story is considerably different from others.
Mhm.
If they are generally of equal size activities, they can be handled easily through on demand scheduling.
Mhm.
But if they are um, kind of not very similar, we
Mhm.
would rather go for agile. Tailoring considerations. What can you tailor in a schedule?
Mhm.
Like you have seen, you can tailor the approach,
Yeah.
tailor the
Yes.
project management methodology,
Mhm.
what life cycle we are to adopt. This would be tailored. So there is a lot of tailoring considerations available. You can tailor yourself according to the availability of resources. You can design your project according to the dimensions to be addressed in the project, according to technology you are dealing with. And maybe you can add more things like emergencies you are dealing with, the time constraints you are dealing with, the uncertainty you are dealing with. All of these things allow you to tailor according to those limitations. These are some limitations I have just listed, but as it says, not limited to only these reasons, there could be 100 more reasons for tailoring. And when there is a reason tailoring, that is a way we can move towards new ways of doing work, not the traditional predictive way of doing work, but agile, and there are so many other possibilities. So, life cycle, resource availability, project dimensions, technology support, considerations for agile and adaptive environment. So, what are those considerations? For adaptive approaches, you use shorter cycles, meaning rather than doing a 2 year long project, you break it down into whatever the length of the overall project is, you break it down into iterations of 2 to 4 weeks. You decide once what is going to be the size of your iteration. Once you have decided that it is going to be 2 weeks long, then whole of the project will have to be broken down into portions of 2 weeks. And you will concentrate on one iteration at a time. You won't bother about others, right? You just are concerned about the current iteration. You undertake work for that, you review work for that, and you adopt accordingly. You deliver it, move to the next iteration. Deliver it, move to the next iteration, and slow and steady, like a tortoise, you are going to win the race. These cycles provide rapid feedback. Why rapid feedback? Because you are doing something for 15 days, you are delivering something at the end of 15 days, you are in connection with the customer. Customer likes or dislikes your work, they provide you a rapid feedback. After every 2 weeks, you receive feedback from the customer. The level of satisfaction with the customer is increased. Your connectivity is continuous in nature rather than a traditional predictive project where you interact with your customer only at key milestones or at the end of the project. Here, we are in touch with our customer on professional basis on every iteration basis. So better feedback, better understanding, better satisfaction, and it is more suitable for deliverables. Generally benefits an iterative scheduling or on and on demand or maybe a pull based scheduling, which we have mentioned earlier. In large organizations, there may be a mixture of small projects and large initiatives requiring long-term roadmap. To manage the development of these programs using scaling factor, meaning, as I said, this is a wrong conception that agile is for small projects because there could be multiple teams working on the same project and there could be layers and layers of team over teams over team. That means this concept is called scaling. So it all depends upon team size, geographical distribution. This is also possible that a project is currently being conducted worldwide, a agile project being conducted worldwide with separate teams working in every country and every city, coordinating through online. Regulatory compliances, organizational complexity can be reduced by that. Technical complexity. We can address all these cases with this scaling factor. To address the full delivery lifecycle for larger enterprise-wide systems, a range of techniques can be used. They can utilize predictive approach, definitely. They can utilize adaptive approach, which I just mentioned with a scaling factor, or maybe a hybrid between the two. If you are working in a predictive organization, well, I understand you work in that manner, but you may soon be realizing that you have to change your ways of working, although you are not comfortable going adaptive, but you start adopting some of the practices of adaptive or agile into your predictive approach, thus making you a little bit of a hybrid. And then you keep increasing the ratio of agility in your work and keep reducing the ratio of productivity in your work. And thus you are still in a hybrid zone, but continuously moving towards a complete agile environment. Maybe one day you will uh, become a complete agile organization, no matter what industry you are talking about. It could be possible and applicable to any industry. Although I do agree and understand that the concept of agile started from software industry, IT industry, and people have been thinking for quite some time that probably this is only meant for agile, uh, for software industry. But now people have fast realized that this can be used in any environment. Now we have got so many examples all around us where it is not only the project management is done in an agile manner, but organizations are thinking to adopt a agile mindset. At the organizational level, there is a concept of organizational agility. It is a complete change of mindset we are really getting to. And this is not something new. Right now it is 2025. I know back in 2015, I was attending a PMI conference where I was to facilitate a session on
Okay.
organizational agility 10 years back, right? So things are changing. They're fast changing. The organizations may need to combine practices from several core methods or adopt a method that has already done so and adopt a few principles and practices of more traditional techniques. Meaning, when we talk about traditional techniques, we are talking about predictive. When you're talking about adopting new methods, we are talking about increasing need for agility. The role of a project manager does not change based on managing projects using a predictive development life cycle or managing projects in an adaptive environment. Rather, it is a choice with the project manager how he wants to do his work. A project manager is supposed to be competent in both areas, both understanding and knowledge of both areas. He should be able to decide this specific project, what is best suited approach to do this project. The same project manager would be doing some projects in a predictive manner, some in a hybrid manner, and some in a agile manner. So it is kind of a part of evaluation process how this project should be done. There are no predictive project managers and adaptive project managers. In today's world, project manager is supposed to be equipped with the knowledge of all the various methods, and he would be the chooser how a specific project should be done. However, to be successful in the using adaptive approaches, the project manager will need to be familiar with tools and techniques to understand how to apply them effectively. So naturally, nowadays, this is how the work is going to be. Now, I have given you a little bit of hint how
Mm-hmm.
we can apply agility to your
Yeah.
scheduling environment.
Yeah.
So, just to make it possible for you to understand that this is a possibility, this
Yeah.
could be done. Predictive is not the only way out.
Mm-hmm.
But having said that, let the door open for that. But we are going to dive deeper into the predictive side of it and
Mm-hmm.
see how in predictive we apply schedule management.
Okay.
Now, taking one process at a time in detail.
Mm-hmm.
Many slides here you would have seen already, like this one, the very first
Mm-hmm.
slide, plan
Yeah.
schedule management. Naturally, this is where the schedule management plan is created,
Mm-hmm.
the first process. And
Proceed.
in this process, we will set out all policies, procedures, principles, regulations, planning, development, how all of these things will ultimately be done. We plan it all at the beginning. Naturally, based on the scheduling governance we received in our governance framework by
Mm-hmm.
the higher ups.
Yeah.
But schedule management plan, creating that, our project management plan, creating that is my responsibility as a project manager.
Mm-hmm.
Key benefit of this process is that it provides guidance and direction, meaning for all subsequent processes, it could lay out the ground as if they know what they have to do, right? It tells how the activities should be identified, it tells how this should be done, how sequences should be done, things like that. Classically, we are talking about a predictive environment. Schedule management plan, as you understand, is a
Yeah.
component of the project management plan, like scope management plan, like cost management plan, like all the knowledge area management plan. Every knowledge area has at least one management plan to contribute to the project management plan. And project management plan is a whole integrated plan, which is called the project management plan. Anyways, schedule management plan, as I said, is one small part of the whole big project management plan.
Mm-hmm.
Now, depending upon the size and detail available, naturally, in some cases it could be a very comprehensive plan. In some cases it could be of medium length and description, and in some cases it may be just a page long. It is maybe a project is very small, right? You know, just compare a project which could be done in one day as compared to a project which can be done in 5 days, 5 years. Naturally, you understand, 5 year
Mm-hmm.
plan requires more detail, more description, whereas a 1 day project can be, you can plan it on a piece of paper, on just a chit, right? So yes, of course, it could be formal, it could be informal, it could be highly detailed, it could be broadly framed, whatever the case may be, based upon the needs of the project and include
Mm-hmm.
appropriate control thresholds. So it defines how scheduled contingencies will be reported and assessed. Contingencies means the alarm bells, when will they ring?
Mm-hmm.
When have you crossed a line? When you need some reserves to invoke or some contingencies to be allocated to you. So define those limits. Update it to reflect a change in the way the schedule is managed. Again, uh, whenever there is a change to the schedule which requires an approval from the higher management, I mean changes to the schedule baseline. So you must update those all the time. And you understand that whatever you create in the schedule management plan would be part of the project management plan.
Mm-hmm.
This we have covered already.
Yeah.
These were the inputs. Just have a look at it and tell
Mm-hmm.
me if anything you need me to. explain any further. It is not very complicated. It was schedule management charter was required, project management plan in whatever condition it is right now was required because we are just in the beginning of it. So maybe we have got a schedule management plan created, the development approach has been created. The remaining part of project management plan is yet not ready. But whatever is ready is sufficient for me to start developing my schedule management plan because ultimately the schedule management plan I will be developing will be submitted back to the project management plan. And naturally, these are two basic things, the enterprise environmental director and organized process assets, which are going to be impacting me. And my tools, expert judgment. When I say expert judgment, it is not only the expert judgment of the project manager. He could uh, consult with his team, he could consult with the subject matter experts, consultants, his organization, various people in his organization. So, expert judgment is like of the whomsoever you want to take the opinion from. Second tool is data analysis, and third is the meeting. Meeting is naturally obvious that you are kind of meeting several people to understand how the schedule management plan is to be created. And data analysis is getting back to your organizational process assets, analyzing the data from the previous project and trying to understand how this project could be, the schedule management plan could be created. Anyways, this is very arbitrary, so we will skip on. Although nowadays PMI do not describe it in such a detail, but here in this diagram it is very clearly described what is coming out of what is coming from where. We talked about the project charter coming to schedule management plan. It was actually a creation of this process, which is not here. We are not actually studying that, but that belongs to integration. Like just like schedule, integration had certain processes. So this was a process. Develop project charter. As a result, the charter was created, and this charter, beside it was sent out to many other places, many other processes, but this a copy of this is coming to schedule management plan. Then we are getting from whatever shape the project management plan is, we are having the scope management plan and the development approach, which has so far been developed. It is going to be an input in development of the schedule management plan. And from the organization, we get these two things. And ultimately, in consolidation, we are going to deliver a schedule management plan, which is going to become a part of project management plan. You see? Okay. Okay, just to understand scope management plan, we understand this is part of the scope management, and this was the first process of that. And here we had established the product scope, project scope, work breakdown structure, and all that, work packages and all that. That management plan was important, right? If that was not created, my schedule management plan cannot have been created. Moreover, there was another prerequisite that was development approach, how we decided to plan our project. So basically, this is the approach, whether it is this project is being done in a predictive manner, or adaptive manner, or hybrid manner. This is my development approach. The product development approach will help define the scheduling approach because approaches are different in predictive and in adaptive. Estimation techniques are different. Scheduling tools and techniques are different. Controlling the schedule is different. So you have to decide based on the development approach selected how the schedule is to be done. So these are very important inputs into the project management from the project management plan. As far as the enterprise environmental factors are concerned, I had already verbally given you a definition that these are the internal or external environmental factors or conditions which may impact the project in any way. They are not necessarily the documentation.
Yeah.
They are conditions like it is too warm today. That is a
Mhm.
condition. It is too cold today, right?
Mhm.
It could be environmental. There is a
Mhm.
tornado in the area. Or it could be, outside of the control of my organization. Government
Mhm.
has put in a new regulation
Mhm.
which could affect our project, right? So I will not treat it as a document or a process asset. Such like things who are somehow becoming a factor to
Mhm.
impact on us, they are enterprise environmental factors. As I said, they could be internal, they could be external.
Mhm.
External are coming from outside of the organization.
Mhm.
Internal are being imposed from inside of the organization, like culture of the organization, like the decision-making hierarchy of the organization. These all are internal internal enterprise environmental factors. Outside, there could be a lot many other things. Organizational processes, as I said, these are various things, but they are necessarily documentation and they are always internal to the organization. Organizational process asset is always organizational. It is always internal to the organization. It cannot be coming from an outside world. Because you are under command of your organization and the laws and regulations of the organization are applicable to you. So when I talk about organizational processes, they are always internal to the organization. They are almost always uh, documentary in nature. Now the question is, can they be categorized? Yes, definitely. There are two types. One are those documentations which are for your eyes only or for your use only.
Mhm.
You have no authority to amend those rules or regulations. You
Mhm.
are just to follow them. These are, I would like to call them processes and procedures.
Mhm.
There could be policies, procedures, rules, regulations, whatever, formal, informal, formats, templates, all of that.
Mhm.
But you are not allowed to amend them. Therefore, you are just to follow them.
Mhm.
But at the same time, we also have another category in organization process assets, which are the archives of older records of the previous projects. We call them process assets or lessons learned or knowledge base, whatever you want to call them.
Mhm.
In that, you can find the old documentation of the previous projects, the
Mhm.
lessons learned, the risks
Mhm.
they encountered. This could also be a great help to you as a project manager. But they are not regulations, they are for your guidance. You can consult them. And the interesting part is, when you finish your project, you will be leaving your lessons learned to the organization to be recorded, which
Mhm.
other people's other projects in future may be consulting. Therefore, this is where you can contribute.
Mhm.
It is a read and write kind of a thing. You can
Mhm.
read from previous experiences and you can leave behind, you can write your experiences in the historical data.
Mhm.
So the first category was the policies and procedures, and other categories are these repositories,
Mhm.
archival value. Anyways, both of these things are usable and useful for the
Mhm.
organization. If you talk about tools and techniques, the scheduling tools are pretty simple. I mean, from the management plan point of view. Otherwise, we have got a lot many complicated tools also in the subsequent processes. But as far as developing the schedule management plan is concerned, we just have to do a little bit of data analysis of the repository, the old data, or the data which has been acquired from the field. Expert judgment, again, we have to take the opinion of many. specialists and meeting with our team members or stakeholders. Resultantly, we will be creating the schedule management plan. As I said, expert judgment could be regarding schedule development, schedule management, schedule control, scheduling methodologies, scheduling software, or some other aspect, but this could not be only your opinion. This opinion could have been sought from various specialists. Data analysis, again, regarding the same thing, how the schedule should be done. So basically, this data analysis technique that can be used for this process include is not limited to what are the various alternatives open to you. Maybe these are the alternatives: predictive approach, adaptive approach, or hybrid, or maybe some other options. You have to choose and pick the best methodology applicable and suitable for your work. It also includes determining how detailed the schedule needs to be, the duration of waves for rolling wave planning, how often it should be reviewed and updated, an appropriate balance between the level of detail needed to manage the schedule and the amount of time it takes to keep it up to date needs to be reached for each project. And finally, the meetings with your team members, with outside stakeholders, with participants, and all those people. Resultantly, you create a schedule management plan. Naturally, it will become the part of a project management plan, and naturally, it will actually be serving as a criteria for developing, monitoring, and controlling the schedule. It may be formal or informal, as we have discussed already. What is included in that? Uh, Again, now you can understand this because we have discussed various terminologies like what is a schedule model, what is a schedule instance, and things like that. So generally, schedule management plan will provide you guidance about project schedule model development, how to develop the model. So a brief description how this model will evolve, how the methodology is selected, how the method or tool is selected, how the information, how it is all put together into form of a model, and how it will take its first shape as that model at that, yeah, and how those models would be iterated and improved. Then and iteration length is for different kind of thing. This is for uh, you know in a adaptive approach, where schedule model is applicable to predictive approach. This release and iteration length is specific to the adaptive approach, where we decide what is the length of the iteration. What is a release? Release is like a couple of iterations, say 10 or 20 iterations. You have set a target that this will be our first release. And after you just like you put up phases in a normal project, you put up release points in a agile project, and every release may have many iterations in it. So we decide how many releases are going to be there in this adaptive project and what is going to be the size of every iteration. Then it also tells you, schedule management plan also tells you what is going to be the level of accuracy. Again, it is not very specific, but it is very interesting to note that level of accuracy specifies the acceptable range used in determining realistic activity duration estimate. For example, if you estimate something, how much error is acceptable on the positive or negative side. Naturally, as I said, it will differ from project to project. Some project where uncertainties are high or duration estimate variations are going to be high. Where we are quite certain we could be very close. Like in one project, I could say that there could be a variation of plus minus 3 days. On another project, maybe we are having quite accurate information available. So I say the variation in duration is not going to be more than 1 to 2 hours on the plus side or a minus side. That is more accurate kind of a thing. As the things start becoming curvy, we deal with it accordingly. Now, how do you measure your scheduled time? Like, things can be measured in meters, tons, and things. Here, we measure things, our unit of measure for time could be hours, days, weeks, or months, whatever. So you choose it first during the schedulement plan, specific for this project, what is going to be your unit of measure. Depends upon the size of the project. If it is a 5 years long project, maybe the unit of measure is a quarter. If it is a 10 days project, then probably unit of measure is kind of hours. Yes. Organizational procedure links. You understand that when we developed the scope, we developed a work breakdown structure.
Right.
And the work packages which were created, they were allocated certain numbering scheme, 1.2, 0.3, 0.1, something like that. That numbering scheme is going to be used during scheduling and for further work for providing us the organizational procedural links. Because this is also used for accounting purposes. Accounting people may not be technical, may not know the engineering terms and the difficult names of various activities, so they will recognize those work packages according to their numbers. Just like this number 6.1.3.1, right? So these kind of numbers could be allocated. These are called organizational procedure links. Then we could have project schedule model maintenance. That is how we maintain this model. Because if any change is requested, the schedule model is going to fluctuate. We have to maintain it. We have to control it. Control threshold. How much variance from the established threshold during the monitoring of schedule performance may be agreed upon, may be acceptable, right? Control threshold is like, we were supposed to do it in 2 days, but it is delayed by up to 1 hour or plus or minus. So we are okay with it. But if it was more, then we would have been worried. Earned value management, we will talk in more detail, although there is a separate practice standard for earned value. But in PMBOK also, we have a discussion on earned value. And as part of our scheduling, we will study the earned value management as well. So, this was project schedule management, process one. Next process is define activities, but do let me know
Okay.
if it is time for your lunch or something, we can have a break.
Yeah, I'm kind of take a little quick break and then we start again.
How long?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15, if you don't mind.
No problem. Let us have a break for
Okay.
15 minutes, okay? Or you want more?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, the next process is defining the activities.
Okay.
And basically, defining the activities means we are trying to identify as many activities as possible out of the work packages we have established in the scope. So each work package will have to be broken down to the level of detail that it covers all the work which is to be done in that work package, meaning remaining within the scope of that work package, all the activities which are required to be done must be identified, not more, not less. We can't exceed the scope. We can't have lesser than required activities, which does not fulfill the scope. So that is the key. We have to remain within the scope. So definition of activity is the first part of action for developing the schedule. First, we know what are the activities. Only then we can further develop them into a schedule. So key benefit of this process is to break work packages down into activities. We have already done in scope, we broke down the work package down to the work breakdown structure down to the work package level and no more. We did not concern ourselves at that stage to go down to the activity level, but now that we have to understand each and every activity, we have to define them. So the next level of breakdown will be further breaking down the work packages into respective
Activity.
activities, which are within the scope. Never ever exceed the scope or fall short of the scope. We must have sufficient number of activities to do the work packages. That provide a basis for estimating based on those activities. We actually, it is not only for the scheduling purposes, it is also for the estimating of cost, estimating of resources, estimating of time,
Okay.
scheduling, executing, monitoring, controlling. For all those purposes, we need to have this breakdown. These activities are going to play a pivotal role in all the work of project management. So this process is performed throughout the project. We keep, identifying activities as and when they need, we have a need for new activities to add. That could be result of a change request. That could be, it can happen anytime during the life of a project. But we will adjust our plans accordingly, adjust our baselines accordingly, and move ahead. In define activities, we have got these inputs, like naturally the project management plan. Out of the project management plan, we are interested in schedule management plan, which is going to be our instruction for doing everything in scheduling. And we also need to have a scope baseline because we have to remain within the scope. And naturally, enterprise environmental factor, organization process asset, we are very well aware of. The tools for defining the activities could be naturally the expert judgment, could be from coming from anywhere. Decomposition was the skill we used to break down the work breakdown structure down to the work package level. We decomposed the work breakdown structure into the work packages. Now we are going to decompose the work packages into the activities.
Activity.
Then we have rolling wave planning. Probably I mentioned to you what is rolling wave planning. We cannot know everything upfront when a project is described. As we proceed ahead in the life of the project, certain clarifications are brought in and more details are provided. So these are waves of information coming to you. This is called rolling wave planning. Whenever some information will become available, we will plan it. This is called rolling wave planning. And naturally, we will take into account the result of all the meetings we have with our team members and our stakeholders. As a result, we are supposed to be producing these things. We will have the activity list, that is a major output of this process. We will develop an activity list, what all activities are going to be there. They will be numbered accordingly. Every activity would have that procedural link, like 1.4.6.2.1 or whatever. That is helpful for identifying how does it contribute and what cost head does it take its funding from. Then every activity will have other characteristics or attributes, like what is this activity for, what is it contributing to, and things like that. So those attributes could also be mentioned. Uh, Beside the activity list, we have got another thing which is called a milestone list. These are uh, during the life of your project, some major points where certain uh, big happenings or big results are being produced. These are the milestones. They are not as many as the activities because every activity is not a milestone. So that will normally be accomplishment of certain set of activities, which is a important milestone to meet. That is a creation of a milestone list. If at all at this stage you need to raise a change request, you can do that. And what is to be changed at that stage? That could be the scope may have to be challenged, that the things included in the scope are not sufficient. We may have to add new items into the scope as if to accommodate a comprehensive defining of activities. So you could request a change there. And as a result of that, there might be updates to the project management plan, your schedule baseline, and all, and your cost baseline also, if at all that has been created. This is define activities. Now, to understand how they interact, the darker box here shows all the activities, relevant activities of schedule management. They are shown in this big box, but all those activities which relate to some other area, they are shown outside of the gray box. Like this activity, create WBS relates to scope management area. So that gives us an input in shape of a scope baseline. Organization is giving us these two things. Internally, schedule management plan gave us the schedule management plan. So armed with the schedule management plan, scope baseline, organization processes, and enterprise environment factors, if you remember, these are the four inputs to this activity. This is the activity we are talking about. And define activities will give you activity list, activity attributes, and milestones list.
So,
Now, all the subsequent activities of processes relevant to scheduling will be linked to it. These things, these three things which we are providing here, they will be moving on. For example, activity list and activity attribute will be useful for sequencing, for estimation, for activity, even of activation of the resources, and for developing the schedule. But the milestone list is only instrumental in developing the sequence. Because once the sequence has been established, the milestones will be graphically represented onto the sequence.
yes, sir.
Therefore, we don't need the milestone list anymore. So the milestone list which was existing could be filed into as a project document. But we can proceed ahead because sequence activities now does have the consideration for the milestone, and all subsequent outputs would be representing that. Ultimately, the development of the schedule would occur. But anyways, right now we are concerned about only the define activities process. This is how the things would flow. A project management plan giving the project management plan gives the scope management plan and a scope baseline to the to this activity. Organization gives these two things. Define activities sends out project list, activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list. They are all filed into the project documents. Actually, there are two major outputs which are created during the project management planning. In the planning process group, we create two major outputs. One is called the project documents, the other is called the project management plan. Project management plan could include all changes which are being made to any of the management plans are the baselines, because baselines are also part of the project management plan. So all the management plans and all the baselines are part of project management plan. If you are doing something which is creating an update to that, that would be done in project management plan. All other documentation would be filed as a project document. And in that point of view, activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list are considered to be project document, and all shapes and colors of the any of the management plans or the baselines would be contributing to the project management plan. In case you want a change request, maybe due to scope, you want to make any changes to the scope or something, you can move a change request, and this process perform integrated change control during monitoring and control will take care of those change requests. So these are the things you have already seen. The inputs, these are the inputs. Project management plan, from there we are getting the scope baseline and the schedule management plan, because baseline is part of the management plan.
Yeah.
And management plans, all management plans are part of the management plan. Anyways, enterprise environmental factors, we are concerned about these things: the organization culture and structure, publish commercial information for commercial databases, and project management information system. These are some of the enterprise environmental factors we are more concerned about for our point of view of defining activities. Similarly, in the organization process assets, we could be looking down at the lessons learned repository, which includes the historical data from earlier projects, standardized processes, templates that contain a standard activity list or portion, and any existing formal or informal activity planning, related policies, procedures, etc. Tools. Well, if I can see it closely, I think expert judgment is a usual suspect, meeting is a usual suspect. We have only two important things here: decomposition, which is a further extension to what decomposition we have done in the scope. We are further decomposing the work packages into activities. So, decomposition is the same tool. Rolling wave planning, as I described to you earlier, this is the growing need for making further description of the plan. As you know more, you will have to define maybe more activities and define your plan accordingly. Expert judgment is your tool. Decomposition is your tool. We have talked about it. And rolling wave planning also, we have talked about it. Meetings. Ultimately, these are the outputs: activity list, attribute, and milestone list. These are the three things which are updated where they go into the project documents. Project management plan and any updates to the project management plan, that goes into the project management plan, which even includes the baselines. And change request, you remember, it goes to integrated change control in monitoring and control. So activity list, activity attributes, milestone list, change request, and project management plan updates to the baseline of schedule as well as cost. Okay. Now we come over to the sequencing of activities, and that is where the things start becoming even more interesting. Because now we have identified the activities, we have a long list of activities. Out of that, now we are going to establish a sequence: what is to be done first and what is to be done later. So, sequencing means it's a process of identifying and documenting relationship, how various activities are related to each other. Remember, all activities are not supposed to be related. We are more concerned about what is directly related with us. Meaning, what could be the result of the current activity I am doing? What is the relation of the next activity which is directly hooked with me? Or what is the immediate previous activity? How am I linked with that? So this is a link backward and link forward. If we can establish that we are in a sequence, all the activities of our project would all be linked together through this chain of arrows. We in this network diagram, we can't afford to have our activity hanging out of shape, meaning there is an activity, we do have a predecessor for that, but no further action is suggested after that. It doesn't link to the network, and it doesn't contribute to the completion of the project, that such a hanging activity in the network diagram is not allowed. Either you link it forward somewhere or you drop it altogether. Similarly, there cannot be an activity which is not linked backward to something.
Mm.
Either it should link back to the start point or some previous activity. Therefore, it is going to be a completely closed circuit diagram. No hanging activities forward or backward. So, key benefit of this is there is a logical sequence of work to obtain the greatest efficiency given all project constraints. Now, interesting part is it is not really well explained. Logical sequence of work to obtain greatest efficiency. That means these activities must be linked together in such a manner which should be the most appropriate and efficient way of doing it. There could have been other ways of doing this job, but that one we have chosen is the best one, is the most
Mm.
efficient one. That is what we need to ensure. Okay, in this way, what all we have got is as an input, we have got these things. We already know about it. In project documents, what we receive here are the activity attributes, activity lists, which have already been created in the previous processes. The
Mhm.
previous process has created these two things, so we are inheriting them from there. And there might have been certain assumptions. Now, this is interesting. What do you think assumption log is? What does it do?
Uh, it's just everything that we presume is true when we start the project. So we
Exactly.
log it in the log and
Hmm.
then we monitor so that because some of them can become risk if it turns out assumptions are true, become the risk. So
Very
we
true.
keep an eye on those to um,
Very
uh,
right.
okay,
So
thank you.
that means it is an indication. Assumption
Mm,
log provides us an indication of uncertainty
mm,
because we have taken assumptions based on the view that
yeah,
these assumptions will be true. What
yeah,
if our assumptions were not true? Then they are risks,
yeah,
right? So
yes, sir.
assumption log has to be monitored throughout to check the validity of that assumption. Is it still valid or it is turning out to be a risk? Milestone list, naturally, we have already created it. That is very important to us because, again, this is for good monitoring purposes. Then we have got enterprise environmental and organization process assets as always as our inputs. In tools and techniques, now here we have got something new. Something new. Precedence diagramming method is a method of linking activities together. There used to be another method in olden days, and that was that we used to call it a arrow diagramming method.
Mhm,
Now, although we use arrows in precedence diagramming as well, but actually arrow diagramming method used to have arrows as activities. Activities were represented by arrows. Now it is not so. In
mhm,
precedence diagramming method, the boxes are represented as activities and
mhm,
arrows are just to show the direction of flow. And most importantly, relationship between two boxed activities is
mhm,
actually represented by the arrow that is
mhm,
called dependency determination.
mhm,
What is the relation between one box to the other box, one activity to the other activity? That is determined due to the shape and direction of the arrow. Then we have another interesting concept for scheduling that is called leads and lags.
mhm,
Lag is the gap between two activities
mhm,
which must be put in for certain reasons. For example, after you have done this job, you must rest for 2 days as
Mhm.
if you can start the next activity. This is the gap or this is the lag.
Mhm.
You are supposed to give this much of lag before starting the next activity. This is called lag. And the reverse of that is a lead, that while this activity is yet going on and
Mhm.
only 2 days are left, you should start the next activities 2 days before the end of this activity. This is the concept of a lead. So lead
Mhm.
is a overlap, lag
Mhm.
is a gap. Project management information system is interesting concept because this could be a software, this could be a physical information exchange mechanism, but in today's fast moving world and IT introduction, these
Mhm.
things have gone completely automated. These are
Mhm.
workflows, these are kind of software which help you do project management, like MS Project, like many
Mhm.
other tools, ERP tools, and whatever. So basically, anything which could help you do your project management work electronically today is
Mhm.
basically your PMIS, right?
Mhm.
Anyways, these are their tools and techniques, and what is going to be the output? Again, the outputs are really very interesting. First of
Mhm.
all, we have, as a result of having diagramming, persistence diagramming method, and
Mhm.
dependency determination, and leads and lag, put it all
Mhm.
together, we develop a schedule network diagram. Network diagram is a completely connected diagram
Mhm.
amongst all the activities of the project. But one thing you must make a note of, that duration so far has no role to play in it. The duration of each activity, I'm not talking about leads and lag. Leads and
Mhm.
lags can be mentioned, but uh, as far as the duration of the activity does not play any role so far in the network diagram. It just establishes the relationship and connectivity, and that's about all, right? But in the previous activity,
Mhm.
we had identified the duration of every activity. Did we or did we not?
Duration.
Activity identification. When in the previous activity, when we were identifying the activities, uh, okay, sorry, duration estimate we have not talked about.
That
It is.
was sequencing the
Yeah,
activities, the
we have
relationship.
identified the activities. So
Yeah.
while we are sequencing the activities, so
Yeah.
this is perfectly normal that a complete network diagram could be created even without durations are known.
Mm.
But while a person might be doing work on sequencing the activities, another
Mhm.
person or a group of people might be working on estimating the duration of each activity.
Mm.
Both of these data can be put together later,
Mhm.
because what I am trying to make sense here is it is
Mhm.
not necessary for the network diagram to have durations
Mhm.
at this stage. When we are sequencing, the durations do not matter at all.
Mhm. Mhm.
Once this network diagram has the complete network diagram shape will be created, and while the duration data is available, in the next step, we are going to superimpose the duration data onto the network diagram. And that is where we will do certain calculations and develop a critical path,
Mhm.
right? So we will
Yeah.
talk about that later, but right
Mhm.
now I'm just mentioning that as far as the sequencing of the activities are concerned, it has absolutely nothing to do with duration, and nor can the critical path be found at this stage. Until and unless you overload, I mean you upload the
Mhm.
physical duration data onto the network diagram, you cannot do any further calculations. Anyways, this is sufficient that we have a network diagram which is a completely closed loop, which has a starting point, ending point, all the milestones clearly defined, their linkages clearly defined, leads and lags, if there are, they are clearly defined. We have a complete network diagram.
Mhm.
And as a result of this, while we are creating this network diagram, we may have making certain corrections, and ultimately you may contribute to the
Mhm.
updation of following project documents. The activity attributes might have changed, activity list might have been updated,
Mhm.
assumptions log may have been updated, or milestone list. So all of these things which actually
Mhm.
were received as an input may be impacted as an output. Got that?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay, this is
Mhm.
how things flow. Project
Yeah.
management plan, what we require for sequencing purposes, we need the schedule management plan and the scope baseline, because schedule baseline is yet not created. Project documents, we get these four items. From enterprise, and we get these two items. We
Mhm.
develop a network diagram and submit it to the project documents, while these things which we took as an input might have been revised and updated, and these are all going to the project document. So basically you can see that sequencing activities is not contributing anything to the scheduled management plan or the project management plan. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. These are some of the rules given here. It says every activity except the first and the last should be connected to at least one predecessor or at least one successor activity with an appropriate logical relationship. Now, let us talk about it.
Mhm.
Uh, the very first activity of a project will not have a predecessor.
Mm.
You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
There is nothing behind it. So
Mhm.
let us make a starting point
Mhm.
and connect it with the starting point. Similarly, the last activity of the network diagram, after which nothing more has to be done, it would also be an orphan because it doesn't have an other activity after it. Therefore, the last activity should also be connected to another pointer, another connector, which could be called as the finish, end of the project. So those activities which are the very first activities to start and which cannot be uh, which have no connection amongst themselves may be connected directly to the start point, and all those
Mhm.
activities which have no more to do, they must be connected to the end or finish point. That is rule number one.
Mhm.
Logical relationship should be designed to create a realistic project schedule. It may be necessary to use leads and lag time between activities to support a realistic and achievable project schedule. For example, you have done something after which, for example, you you have maybe you are launching a lab test. You have
Mhm.
initiated the lab test, but it takes some time after you have completed your process. It takes some time to give you results, maybe 24 hours.
Mhm.
So within those 24 hours, you won't know the results and you have nothing more to do.
Mhm.
This would be treated as a lag. All next actions after that should be dependent on a delay of 124 hours. After you have completed first activity, you have to wait for 24 hours for
Mhm.
the results to yield out of that system, and then you could do your next activity. This is a perfectly kosher reason for developing a lab. Similarly, there could be a lead also. You could say, okay, when you are just 2 days closer to the finish of first activity, this is perfectly a good time to start your next activity. Meaning you could give an overlap of 2 days or something. That could be called a lead.
Mhm.
So it sometimes it may be necessary to have these two kinds of relationships, lead and lag,
Mhm.
between activities to support a realistic and achievable project schedule. Sequencing can be performed by using project management software. I agree
Mhm.
with that, but I don't like
Mhm.
it. What do you think?
Well, technically, it'd be good to be able to do it manually to
Exactly.
understand all the processes and then use the software to speed things up, but not
Exactly.
just rely on the software to do it for us.
Yes. Reason being,
Yeah.
although nowadays people have a lot of reliance on automation, computers, and even AI, but I personally go with the old time idea
Mm.
that computer is just gibberish,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
If you put in wrong data, it gives you the wrong results.
Correct.
So, what is AI? AI is basically also a kind of intelligence, but
Hmm.
it is based on some data.
Yeah.
If that data was faulty or false or incorrect, then
Hmm.
naturally all the intelligence is also faulty. And you can, if you are a user of a AI, you would initially you can be impressed by the responses the AI is giving you, but then you will start realizing there are gaps in it.
You're correct.
AI does not understand everything, and it has to be trained. You have to repeatedly tell us, no, this is the wrong answer. Kind of, you have to train it. This is a
Mhm.
new concept, training the
Mhm.
artificial intelligence. Until you do that, you can't get it on the right path. Anyways, my point is of giving this example is that basically you can't rely on computers.
Yeah.
Best way you could do, as far as scheduling is concerned, please rely on your own common sense and intelligence. Try to draw things out, or at least
Mhm.
um, have a basic map ready or kind of a sequence ready on paper, as if
Yeah.
you can check it, cross check it,
Yeah.
what the computer is producing results for you, or AI
Yeah.
is giving you the results. You can
Mm.
only be able to catch any flaws in the system if you are more educated and more, having data. You understand that this is giving you the wrong result.
Mhm.
Otherwise, a novice would be, really very happy about whatever he or she is getting.
Right.
A very simple example is normally people love to use uh, tools like Microsoft Project,
Mhm.
or for that matter, Microsoft Word. Why do we love it so much?
Oh,
Previously,
because,
we
yeah,
used to write by hand.
correct.
We could never have written in such a beautiful writing, such a nice font. So
Mm.
when we see our own handiwork on the
Yeah.
screen, we are fascinated. We have got what you see is what you get. You just can
Mhm.
take a print out of it, and there it
Mhm.
is. So you can't believe you have done it, right? And
Yeah.
when you are so fascinated by yourself, I am 100% sure you are unable to find a single mistake in your whole text because your fascination is elsewhere. It is
Mm.
on the beauty of presentation, format, and all. You can't check yourself until and unless someone else will check your document and find
Mm.
10 different faults in the
Mhm.
text. You can't trace them because you have already fallen in love with your handiwork. Exactly, that is the problem. A project manager must do his or her own calculations, or at
Yes.
least have certain means of cross checking what the
Mhm.
computer is giving them is really correct or not.
Mm.
Computers must have a guardian over it, and if
Mhm.
you can't do check that, then it is the same formula. garbage in, garbage out. You
Right.
put in wrong data, it gives you a dirty network diagram.
Mhm.
So don't rely on computer on doing that until and unless, if you are using AI, until and
Mhm.
unless you have trained the AI to your level of intelligence,
Yes.
and that takes time. It is not one day's job. You have to train your AI accordingly, right? Then you can confidently stay back and say, okay, whatever AI is doing is my mind working. That is fine. Anyways, so logical leadership should be designed to create a realistic project schedule. It may be
Mhm.
necessary. I have read that sequencing can be performed by using project management software. That was the point I was talking about. So yes,
Mhm.
we can do that, but rather check it before it really gets into action. Sequence activities process concentrates on converting the project activities from a list to a diagram.
Mhm.
So previously it was a list. Now you are trying to put it all into shape of a interrelated activities on a
Mhm.
diagram to act as a first step to publish the schedule baseline. This is going to be, kind of uh, you're moving towards developing your schedule model and ultimately the baseline. So this is a
Mhm.
journey towards that.
Okay.
So while you sequencing activities, you could have project and plan, you could have the project documents and these things
Mhm.
with you. These, I think, no need to explain them again and again. Okay, yes, this is important. Precedence diagramming method. We need to describe it. How do we determine that relation or dependency amongst activities? That is important. And what are leads and lags? That is also important. As far as
Mhm.
PMIS is concerned, I need not define it any further. You know, it could be MS
Mhm.
Project, it could be anything, it could be any software. And definitely it can do this, all of these jobs. But at the same time, if you follow up with your intelligence on it, don't let it alone with the computer.
Mhm.
Okay, talking about a precedence diagramming method, Um, probably you might have heard about arrow diagramming method. Have
Yeah,
you
yes.
ever used it?
No, 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 no.
Okay. Anyways, just for your information, I must tell you,
Mhm.
ar- an activity was represented as an arrow,
Yeah.
right? The
Mhm.
on the line of the arrow, they used to write the name of the activity.
Mhm.
Uh, although it was the first inception of how a diagram could be created,
Mhm.
and it was good enough, but it was unable to give you um, accurate results because there was a little confusion. You could not write a lot of data about an activity around an arrow. Arrow is a
Mhm.
straight line. What information can you provide?
Mhm.
You can only write the name of the activity or the number of the activity on the arrow, when it starts, when it finishes, how it starts, how it finishes. No, we can't provide that information on an arrow. If I
Mhm.
write it on the base of the arrow or at the head of the arrow,
Mhm.
that could mean something that could be misinterpreted.
Yeah.
But anyways, later they found out this method. They say,
Mhm.
okay, the better way would be to represent all the data about every activity. Let an activity be a box, and that box may hold all the data about that activity.
Mhm.
And if two activities are having a relation, they could be connected through a arrow. Arrow could just be a link between them, showing the direction and relationship, and maybe the lead and lag. Otherwise, arrow has no other role.
Mhm.
So all the attention now had shifted to the node or the box.
Mhm.
All the information about that activity could be somehow designed into that place. So PDM, precedence diagramming method,
Mhm.
uh, includes four types of dependencies or logical relationships. A predecessor activity is okay. I hope you understand what is a predecessor and what is successor.
Yes, yes.
How do you describe a predecessor activity?
The activity that come before, prior to the one we're dealing with.
Okay,
Can
right.
be
So
successor.
whatever activity
Yeah.
you are dealing
Mhm.
with, uh,
Yeah.
according to you, it comes prior.
That's correct.
I would like to slightly correct it.
Okay.
I would say we the activity I am doing right now is
Yeah.
actually dependent on the predecessor.
Yes. Yeah.
We are dependent on that. Why I have changed the definition a bit? Because the definition you gave me
Yeah.
is kind of good, but it is not applicable in all the situations.
Yes.
But this definition which I am giving you, it
Yeah.
is a dependency relationship. The
Yes.
successor always depends upon its predecessor.
Right.
That is going to stay whatever the relationship may be.
Mhm.
We'll talk about what those relationships could be, but right
Mhm.
now, predecessor is the activity on which the successor depends on.
Mhm.
And successor is an activity which is a dependent activity
Yes.
on the
Mm.
predecessor.
Mhm.
So you are all right to say predecessor is first and second, successor is the subsequent activity, but
Mm.
uh, this first and subsequent kind of thing, this
Mhm.
logic fails in future. Let me describe that.
Okay.
So first of all, we do understand predecessor activity is an activity that logically comes before a dependent activity, but I am changing it to that logically depends on the right.
Mhm.
Where predecessor is dependent on the sorry,
Six.
predecessor is the activity on which the subsequent activities are dependent on,
Okay.
and successor activity is which is depending upon.
Mm. Mm.
Now let us look at these things. This is how a precedence diagram looks like.
Mhm.
You see, there are no loose ends. Can you see any loose end here?
No, no, no. They're all connected to
All
something.
connected, and those
Mhm.
who which could not be connected, like A, H, and K were the first activities
Mhm.
simultaneously, they had to be connected to a begin or start point.
Mm.
G, and J are three activities after which there is nothing, so they have to
Mm.
be connected to an ending point.
Correct.
In between, we could see the connectivities. So, if now let me describe the connection is always like an arrow, but arrows are of different type because they
Mhm.
are originating and terminating at different stations. What are the two stations?
Coming to a box and
No,
uh, no,
two stations could be the starting edge of an activity
correct.
and ending edge of an activity.
Correct.
Let us call them, this is the start of the activity
Mm.
and this is the finish of an
Finish.
activity,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means this is the start of this activity.
Mm.
This is the finish of this activity.
Mm-hmm.
This is the start of this activity. And this is the finish of this.
Finish.
So, what is the relationship if an activity is originating from the finish point of H and getting into the subsequent activity, the successor activity at its starting point? So, you just,
Mm.
how can you translate that?
Um, So we're going from H to F. Finish to start.
Yes, you just connect these two things and
Correct.
you write it on this arrow.
Yeah.
This is FS,
Okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
Because more than 80 to 90% of the activities in any network are finished to start.
Mm.
Therefore, it is not necessary to write word
Mm.
finish to start on every arrow.
Mm.
Only write if there is a different relationship or if there is a lead or a lag
Mm.
involved. So that therefore the FS is not written everywhere.
Mm.
There are two ways of representing this relationship. It should originate from the finish of it and enter into the start of the next activity.
Mm.
So, where is this SS originating from? From the start of the B and entering into the start of the C.
They're starting together.
Mm,
B, B
Well,
and
you are
C.
right. You are right, but you are also wrong.
Or C.
It means they can
Yeah,
start at the same time.
I see.
They can start at the same time, but not
Okay.
necessarily.
Okay.
But thing is, what is the predecessor?
For A, no, for B, the predecessor is A.
No, no, no. I'm talking
No.
about this arrow.
Oh, this arrow. Wait. This arrow? The predecessor is B.
B, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it means B should have started as if C, which is a successor,
Yeah.
can start. They don't always start at the same time,
I'm with you.
but C can start as soon as B has started or any time later.
Mm.
It is not a fixed relationship that
Hmm.
C should start always with B. No. C is allowed to start as
Hmm.
soon as B has started, but
Hmm.
it can be started at any time later as well. Condition is B should have started as
Yes.
if C can start. There is no dictation on the C should start. No,
Hmm.
he should not. She can start
Mm.
as soon as B has started.
Yes, sir.
There is no condition, no fixed condition that C must definitely start alongside B. I hope that makes sense.
He does, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, now can you translate this SS plus 10 relationship to me?
Okay. Which relation?
From
SS.
X to I.
Okay. H to I. Okay. Uh, a bit like B to C. H starts, and then I can start anytime after H starts.
No,
Um,
it says SS plus 10.
plus 10. Oh,
Plus 10
okay.
means a lag of 10 days.
Correct. A lag of 10 days, which is a lag of 10 days. H starts, and
Mhm.
then
After
I
10
start
days,
10 days. Yes, there is a
so
delay between the two.
earliest I can start is
Yes,
10 days after the start of H and not
correct.
earlier than that.
That's all right.
It can start anytime later, but not earlier than
I'm with you.
H plus 10.
Mm.
And a start of H plus 10.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk about this relationship finish to finish.
Finish to finish. Okay. Um, it means no, L
Mhm.
has to finish. No, wait. Finish to finish. Finish.
Must have finished.
Yeah. Yeah. HL has to finish before J. Is it? No, G.
Not they have
J
to.
can finish.
you must always say L because it is a predecessor.
Oh, okay.
L must have finished,
Okay.
as if J can finish. J
Yes.
has an option. J can finish, but it is conditioned that L must
L finishes
have
first.
finished. If
Okay.
L is finished, J is allowed to finish.
Mm. Mm.
But it doesn't mean that they both always finish at the same date. No,
I see.
they may not.
Yeah.
J may finish later.
Mhm.
There is a possibility J
Mhm.
may finish any time after L has finished. Now, how do you translate FS plus 15?
A delay, same as H and I.
Hmm.
So no, actually no.
But this is FS.
F is finish to start.
Mhm.
Finish. Yeah. So uh, F. No, okay. Let's go. F is G.
Mhm.
Uh,
Can
no,
only start
after.
15 days after the end of F activity.
Oh, okay.
You are right. G can only start
Yeah.
after a gap of 15 days
Yes.
after the F has finished.
Yes. Mm.
Let's say, what do we mean by, I say, finish to start -2.
It's a
If
delay.
assume the relationship between C and D is
Yeah.
Fs -2.
This would be um, this is what's it called? Uh, a lead, a lead of 2 days.
Yeah, exactly. And how do you
Mm.
say it?
Let's say F. Okay, let's say um. So let's say J, J starts
C and D.
two
Okay.
days after I starts. A bit of
Say
a
again, say again.
so
J can start.
J 2 days after I starts. So there
No,
is
no,
a,
no.
a little bit of an
It is not a
overlap.
it is not a start to start relationship. It is a finish to start.
Oh, okay.
J can
So,
start 2 days earlier, minus 2 days
yes,
earlier
yes,
than the
yes,
expected finish date of I.
yes,
If I was to finish on 10th of March,
yes,
J activity could have started earliest on 8th of March,
yes.
right? It can be later,
Mm,
but earliest it could start on 8th of March, 2 days earlier.
mm, okay.
Does it make sense?
It does. It's a little
Okay.
bit heavy at present, but hopefully over revision, I'll get a hang of it, hopefully.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
We'll do a little bit of exercise on that as well. So
Okay.
don't you worry there.
Mm,
Okay. So we have some kind of a diagram like this,
mm-hmm,
starting from somewhere and ending somewhere, in which all the activities are properly connected
mm-hmm,
with some kind of relationship. The relationships are, as we have already discussed,
mm-hmm.
finish to start, finish to finish, start to start, and start to finish. Now, some people ask me to give examples for these kinds of relationships. I just don't want to give examples because that would mark those examples, they will mark that example
Yeah.
with every use of that activity. I would rather like to say
Mm-hmm.
that our relationship, which does exist, can be changed to any other relationship.
Mm-hmm.
If you understand that point, then you can create an example for any relationship.
Mm.
You see, you said that until I open the book, I can't read it,
Correct.
right? That means
Yes.
opening the book was opening the book was the first activity, and reading
Correct.
the book was the second activity.
Correct.
So it is a finish to start kind of a thing. The book
Yeah.
must have been opened as if
That's
it
right.
can be read. Okay?
Yes, sir.
But does it dictate you that because now the book has been opened, you must read it or we will kill you?
Mm-hmm.
No. You have opened the book. You can have a sip of the tea, go have some walk, come back, and then read the book. Who stops you?
Mm-hmm.
There is no mandatory condition that
No,
you
yes.
should
Yes.
start reading the book as soon as it has been opened.
Mm-hmm.
But if you like, you can do that. But if you want to delay, you can delay that. All
Exactly.
depends upon how much time is available with you. If
Mm-hmm.
you are short of time, you'd like to start reading earlier,
Mm-hmm.
as early as possible. If you have a lot of time, you have got a lot of relaxation time, you can do it later. So we'll discuss that matter. Why can you be relaxed and why you may not be relaxed?
Mm-hmm.
But finish to start is the easiest relationship to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Let us understand other relationships.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Because I have already said that you can change any relationship into any other relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But what is the fun in changing a relationship? The most logical relationship is I should have opened the book as if I can read it,
Mm-hmm.
right? But what if you could read the book as even before you could even have opened the book? Is it possible?
No.
Logically not possible.
No, yeah, yes.
But here I invite you to kind of think a little creatively
Okay.
and try to make it possible. Let us take one example. Let us do it start to start. As soon as I have finished, as I have started opening the book,
Mm-hmm.
I could have started reading. Is it possible?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
How is it possible? Be creative. As soon
Yes.
as I started opening the book is yet not completely open.
Yeah.
As soon
Uh,
as I started opening the book, I started reading the book.
maybe the caption, the blurb, the back, the front, I don't know, maybe some reviews, some summary from some place else.
I think this is also a good idea.
Okay.
Uh, yes, of course, it could be something like that,
Mm.
or maybe your
Mm.
title when you start turning it up, the title started becoming transparent somehow.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Gives you an idea
You
where the
know,
book is
you
taking
have
you.
to be
Yes,
creative because
yes,
if you want to do things faster,
yeah.
simultaneous, you have to do something innovative.
Mm.
That is how new inventions are made.
Correct.
Although they don't make sense initially, all other relationships except the finish to start, they don't make any sense right now. They look hypothetical.
Mhm.
And finish to start is the only natural relationship. And
Yes,
in
sir.
arrow diagramming, we used to have just one relationship, finish to start, because there was no room to accommodate other relationships.
Mhm.
But now that we are more creative, we can think out of the box. We are entertaining or playing with the idea of
Mhm.
impossibility. right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do it finish to finish.
Okay.
As soon as I have finished opening the book, I have finished reading the page also. Finish to finish.
Finish to finish. Let's see. Yeah, but finish to finish. Finish to finish.
Maybe there was only one character written on that page.
Possibly.
I- we are talking about creativity. Maybe
Yeah.
there was only one page written on that page. As soon as I finished opening it, I read it.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
But
So yeah.
let us be a little bit, you have to think more alternatives to make it possible. You
Yes,
see,
sir.
that will be really very creative.
Okay.
Okay, if I am
Yes, sir.
not right, and if this page is full of text,
Yeah.
how can I read it in one glance?
Mm. Okay.
Maybe I have, as soon as it is opened, I finished opening it, it was
Mm.
snapped, and it has gone directly into my mind somehow, like AI,
Okay.
right? The camera has read it, sent it to AI, AI has sent to directly
Yes.
to my mind, something like that. Let us talk impossible. Creativity
Okay.
initially seems like an impossibility, but once you conceive it, then you try to experiment with that impossibility. And if you find a way of accomplishing that, that is
Yeah.
called innovation, or
Yes, sir.
in other words, invention, right?
Yes, sir.
Anyways, finish to start is natural. Start to start and finish to finish are little tricky to understand, but they are possible. But start to finish is one relationship, which is like upside down. I'm not saying this is not possible, but
Mhm.
spends your mind many times over, and it is highly confusing. Even
Mhm.
if you understand it, no, maybe nobody else will be able to understand it. You understand my point?
Yes, sir.
Maybe you understand as a leader, but your team members, you can't make them understand, then
Mhm.
that relationship is completely useless because they can't understand it, they can't use it. So generally speaking, it is said that start to finish relationship is for a very high IQ people only.
Mm.
If your people can't understand it, please don't use it.
Yeah, true.
It is really harmful to use.
Mm.
But as far as the start to start and finish relationships are concerned, they could be applicable. They could be usable.
Mm.
But finish to start is like blindly you can use a finish to start relationship.
Mhm.
Even a person not educated, even an
Mhm.
animal can follow it. Finish start, it looks natural to everyone. It is a basic logic. Now I would like to play around with some ideas
Mhm.
around that. I mean, this was not a very good example, starting the book and reading the book. Let us uh,
Mhm.
let us take another example.
Okay.
For example, until and unless there is a foundation completed,
Yeah.
we cannot start constructing a wall.
Building the walls to the house.
Yes, again,
I say we cannot until we have a foundation
exactly,
done.
exactly. That is the point. So foundation must have finished, as if the wall, we can start constructing it,
That's correct.
right?
Yes,
I
sir.
want you to think over
Mhm.
and create a scenario for a finish to start, sorry, a start to start, finish to finish, and even start to finish. Take
Okay.
some time. I give you a break of around 15 minutes.
Okay.
You play around with the idea, but be creative. Play
Okay.
around and tell me how would you do it.
Okay, sir. No
So
problem. Thank you.
let us
Yes, sir. Okay.
go for a break.
Yes, sir. Okay. Let's see.
नहीं तो बस नमाज के बाद चाहिए अगर आप इधर ही हो तो मैं चूंकि जल्दी नमाज पढ़ सकती हो Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Good, good, good. Okay, so let these be the four cases. First case is finished to start.
Mhm.
Activity one, activity A is laying the foundation. Activity B is
Okay.
constructing the wall, and the most obvious example of finish to start I have written. Laying of foundation must have finished,
Mhm.
as if the construction of wall could have started. Agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you convert the same relationship to start to start?
Uh, yeah. One has to start, uh, hopefully finish before the next activity can start.
Let
Like,
us put exactly the same words, the words which
okay,
I have used.
okay,
Just change these things, this and this.
okay. So laying the foundation must start,
Must have started.
must have
uh,
started, okay, before,
No, no,
okay,
as if construction of wall could have started,
mm,
right? So, what could be the scenario here? How
uh,
how how soon can you start the construction of wall after the finish of foundation?
yes, how soon, uh, let's say the time for the condition to dry, be stable, and
Okay,
then the next step can begin.
okay. So the
Mm.
limitation is the
Yeah,
foundation has to dry, which is
correct.
kind of a what? It's a lag. It is a lag.
Yes. Yeah.
But let us imagine there was no
Mm.
lag. There was no lag.
Yeah.
Construction of wall, how it, start to start. The condition is start to start. It doesn't
Mhm.
say it should have finished. It doesn't say it should have finished. It says
Hmm.
laying of foundation must have started. The only foundation should have started. We can we start constructing the wall after the foundation has been started, not finished.
No, like you just said, the lag is necessary
Mhm.
for the foundation to be dry and stable, I think.
Yeah, but that is a logical thinking.
Yeah,
That is a
yeah.
normal human person would think like that.
Okay.
Not like an intelligent person, try to think a way out of it.
All right. Hmm.
How make it possible as
Okay.
soon as the foundation has been started, we could have started constructing the walls as well.
Yeah. Just
Mhm.
almost like um sections of the house.
Good, good.
As soon as one section is done and stable,
Hmm.
we can start whatever comes after and finish the foundation on this side and so on
Right.
and so forth. Okay.
Right. For the time being, it is not the house. Our example is only one wall and one foundation, right?
Okay. Okay.
So, what can you do about it? Let me give you an example.
Okay.
As
Okay.
you
Okay.
start the work on foundation, as the work on foundation proceeds ahead,
Yes, sir.
we start constructing on the wall on it. Got it?
Yes.
Maybe you think there is a drawing time required, maybe
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
maybe 24 hours. So
Yeah.
24 hours the start of uh, laying a foundation. We could
Yeah.
have started the
The
uh,
walls.
wall construction.
Yeah.
That means it might be a very long wall, like a wall of China,
Yeah.
right? So we
Okay.
we are doing it simultaneously with a gap,
Yes.
with a little gap.
Yeah. Yes.
So can you s- pull the 2 points together? Is it, can you make it possible to start them together? That means the drawing time will have to be put off. Drawing time, to exclude the drawing time, we have to resort to something even more magical.
Mm.
Think of a magical technique where drawing is not required.
Mm-hmm. Oh, oh, okay. Dry. Maybe in parallel. We do them in parallel.
In parallel, okay, good. How can you do it in parallel?
So maybe the foundation on one side is going, and no, 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 no. The two
You know,
different activity.
you're on the right line. Say, where is the wall going? If the foundation is going on, where,
Yeah.
where are you working on wall?
Hold on. The foundation is going. The
Must be
walls.
working somewhere.
Correct.
You
But
may be
mm,
constructing portions of wall elsewhere,
correct. Yes.
and as and when those blocks are ready, you
Yes.
start putting them on the foundation,
Correct.
right?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. Like you were talking about the Chinese hospitals,
Yep.
and
Yeah, exactly.
so like Lego blocks is done on the other
Exactly.
side.
Exactly.
Yes, I see what you
Mhm.
mean. Yes. Yes.
But these are
Yeah.
just two options I have discussed with you. There
Yeah.
could be hundreds of ideas,
Yes.
hundreds
Yes.
of ideas. But
Mm,
because our mind is blocked,
it's
we
true.
don't want to think, we don't have time to think. So we are less
Yeah.
creative and less innovative.
True.
But if you really want to do magic with the projects, you
Mm,
have to utilize your creative skills.
right.
So,
Mm,
anyways, we have, I have just given you an idea how start to
mhm.
start can work. Now
Yeah.
you give me an idea how finish to finish can work.
Finish
Take
to
the
finish.
same example.
Let's say finish. I'm using the writing and editing example.
Take the same example, laying foundation, constructing the wall.
Sorry?
Same example right here,
Oh, oh, okay,
laying the
okay,
foundation, constructing the wall.
okay,
Let
okay.
me read it out. laying
Okay.
of the foundation must have finished as if the construction of wall could be finished. Meaning, construction of wall can finish a little after that, but
Okay.
as soon as possible.
Okay. So finish to finish.
Finish, finish.
Finish,
We are not
finish to
concerned
finish.
about when the wall construction started. We are
Okay.
concerned about the construction of wall can finish as soon as the laying of foundation has finished.
Okay. Finish to finish. Mm, okay. Finish to finish. So this would be finish. Okay, let's say this is like a bit of mandatory, how do you call it? I forgot the expression. So the laying of the wall has to be finished, completed, and
Mhm.
then the next step, the next activity would be the construction of the wall.
No,
So
next activity. It
one
does
one
not
after the other.
it does not say anything about when the construction of wall has started.
Okay.
It says it should finish. It might have started 2 years earlier.
Oh,
We don't mind.
I
The
see.
only linkage is finish to finish. As soon as the foundation is finished, wall should
Yes.
also finish soon.
Okay. Again,
Mhm.
these two activities not on the same site.
Uh-huh.
Not on the same site. Like there is another place where they kind of doing the walls, so they kind
Mhm.
of uh, building the walls, and then they can kind of transport them on this side
Mhm.
and put them together. It'd be like Lego blocks.
Right.
So,
But you can be more creative and come up with more ideas. Could be hundreds of ideas of doing that. And practically,
mhm.
once you would be experiencing it, you would find that there is no limit to it.
Okay.
Now, the most difficult and
Mhm.
generally assumed to be an impossible relationship is start to finish. You can only think of a way out if you are
Yeah.
really very creative.
Okay.
Let me give you the statement.
Okay.
It says laying of foundation must have started as if we can finish the construction of wall.
Okay.
You know,
So,
there is no link of finish of wall with the finish of the foundation. As soon as the foundation has started,
yeah.
we would have done all the work on the wall, and we just have to put on place.
Start to finish. Start. Uh, the laying of the foundation must start, okay, for uh, the construction to be able to finish.
Yes.
So,
So what is the practical example of it? How can it be possible? The
uh,
foundation work may continue even after that,
yeah,
right? But the
yeah,
wall is in place immediately after the foundation has been started.
yeah.
How is it possible?
Finish and start. Um, um, so let's say the laying of the foundation must start,
Mhm.
okay, and then uh, for the construction of the wall to be possible, to be able to finish as well. So
Okay. Construction of wall should be finished. Okay. We need just
yeah.
a place to indicate where the foundation is going to be, right?
Mhm.
And once that process of foundation, for example,
Yeah.
the foundation is in such an area where you
Mm.
are trying to build a kind of a, what do you call it, umbrella type kind of a thing in your lawn where you
Mhm.
sit sit there. So, uh, foundation of that would be a single
Mhm.
point in the ground where the umbrella will be installed, right?
Mhm.
As soon as that umbrella installation is complete,
Mhm.
the construction of the wall around it, which is not dependent on the foundation,
Mhm.
can finish. We could have a ready-made wall, started. You could start it. Foundation work is finished. There is no
Mhm.
need for any more foundation. There is no load-bearing thing. The only load-bearing thing was the umbrella, which has been installed, and now we are having. You want to have a curtain wall or something? You can keep doing that as long as you want.
Mhm.
I know it is difficult to understand, but let me give you another example which is more pertinent because this is the most difficult relationship.
Okay.
Let us assume
Mhm.
you are on a guard duty and your duty time is 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay.
It's a graveyard shift duty. And the next person who would take over from you would come at 6 a.m.
AM.
and you will give him the charge.
Mm.
But incidentally, you have been ordered not to leave your position until and unless the new guard has arrived
Yeah.
and taken over the charge.
Mhm.
If he doesn't arrive in time, you will have to stay on
Correct.
post until
Mhm.
he comes.
Mhm.
So, who is the dependent and who is depending? Who is predecessor and who is successor?
Okay.
You are the guard too.
Okay. Got two.
Guard two is
Uh,
what, predecessor or successor?
got two successor.
Are you sure? Who is dependent
Wait.
upon whom?
Let's
You
see.
can't
Let's see.
leave until he comes. So you are dependent upon him,
Oh.
isn't it?
No. Okay.
Although you are working earlier, you have
Yes.
you have the previous shift, but you
Yes.
can't leave until he comes.
I'm
You
with you.
cannot
I'm with
finish
you.
your job until his job has started,
Yeah.
right? So he is the predecessor and you are the successor.
Hmm.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So this is how a start to finish relationship can be described. Now try to grasp it how he is the predecessor and you are the successor. You see,
Mhm.
uh, you can only leave after he has taken over the position. You are dependent on his arrival.
Mhm.
Once he has arrived, maybe he arrives an hour late, then you will have to stay till 7 a.m. And when he arrives, you give him the charge and you can finish your job.
Mhm.
Is it a good example for start to finish?
Yes, sir.
But
Mhm.
I do understand this
Yeah.
is very confusing. Many people with lower intelligence won't be able to
Yeah.
understand it very easily.
Mhm.
Therefore, what PMI does suggest, PMI doesn't say that this is impossible. It is not impossible. But this is really difficult to grasp.
Mhm.
Therefore, it advises its project managers not to use it.
Mhm.
Not to use it, why? Because
Mhm.
you may understand it, but your people may not understand it. They
Mhm.
may misinterpret it and do something wrong. That is one reason why it is suggested not to be used.
Mhm.
But otherwise, if you think you have got good crowd of people around you who understands it fully and can
Mhm.
implement it, then you can take the risk.
Okay.
As far as finish start is concerned, the first one, that is the most common relationship and
Mm.
anyone and everyone understands it and can use it. This is but natural to any human being.
Mhm.
First I'll do this, then I'll do this. You know,
Right.
everyone knows that. Even
Mm.
an uneducated person would know finish to
Mhm.
start. First start to start and finish to finish, um, they are recommended. They are recommended. You should use
Mhm.
them because they are actually going to reduce your time.
Mm.
How do they reduce your time? Let us take an example how this can reduce your time. Let us say, where it is. Let us say I have A activity which is 10
Mhm.
days long and B activity which is say 5 days long.
Mhm.
So if it is a finish to start relationship, it is something like this, isn't it? The longer one is the predecessor.
Mhm.
So, for example, activity A is predecessor, and in a finish to start relationship, the wall construction is this one, which takes maybe
Mhm.
lesser time. So this takes 10 days plus 5 days, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, what if it was a start to start relationship? What could you have done earliest? It could be something like this, earliest,
Yes. Yes.
ideal.
Yeah.
So both activities may have started one after the other,
Yeah.
even if the second activity starts a little bit late, but
Yeah.
at max, it will take 10 days. Or if it is a start to finish relationship, it would look something, sorry, finish to finish relationship, it would look something like this.
Mm.
Again, I could do that 15 days job in around 10 days.
Mm.
And what about a start to finish? That is very interesting. Although this could look something like this,
Mhm.
and be ready for the surprise and something like this. Although it still takes 15 days almost, but it's still able to finish on 10th of that month.
Mm.
It is not finishing on 15th of that month, means I have pushed B activity, the other activity, towards earlier. So they have all different DNA.
Mm.
You see, you are anyways saving a lot of time in any one of these approaches, and the
Mhm.
best life savior would be start to finish, but that is difficult to understand. So, generally
Mm.
speaking, I would either resort to start or finish to finish and
Mhm.
be able to reduce considerable time in my project.
Mhm.
So, when that is the key, that is exactly why we don't use these relationships very often.
Okay.
Only where you want to squeeze the time, and when you want to squeeze the time, you maybe adopt these relationships.
Okay.
In most of the project, 80% to 90% of the time, all your activities, 80 to 90% of the activities are finished to start.
Mm.
It is highly recommended that you
Mhm.
should make use of start to start and finish to finish a couple of times in your project. Your project would be revolutionized. It could be, just by reducing 5 days here and 3 days there, your whole project duration could be squeezed, right? So
Yes, sir.
don't have to do it very often, but where really necessary, if you can apply it, you can take full advantage of this technique. And as
Mm.
I said, start to finish can even do better magic, but we are afraid of it. We don't understand that our people will be able to implement it or not. That's why
Okay.
it comes with a warning.
Okay.
We have talked about all the relationships. Let
Mhm.
me delete this all. So we understand this. Okay, let us talk about uh, what all information can be in the box. There are
Mm,
many ways of representing that. The one which I'm showing here is not the only way, but different people have different ways of doing that. But
mhm,
so far, I have found this method to be most comprehensive, in which you can put in all the data in one big box.
mm,
So, what are we representing? Maybe we have allocated a number to the activity, say it's
mhm,
activity A. I'll write A here.
mhm,
This place is description, say construction of the wall. I can write that here.
mhm,
This takes 5 days, so I'll write in duration 5 days.
mhm, mhm,
When the earliest I can start this activity? Right now, you don't need to fill that, but earliest this activity could have started, write that date here. For example, it is 0,
mm,
and it takes 5 days. 0 plus 5 would be 0 plus 5 would be 5. So earliest finish
mhm.
date will be 5.
Yeah,
Okay, what could be the latest finish date? Maybe the latest finish date is 10. So we work backward. 10 minus
correct.
5, it could be 5. You understand
Mhm,
that?
mhm.
If the duration is 5 and the activity finish on the 10th day, 10 minus 5, it should have
5 days
started
back.
on the 5th day.
Mm,
Now, once we have these things calculated, earliest start, earliest finish, latest start, latest finish, we have to compute, do two things. One is more important, is the float.
mm,
Float is latest finish minus earliest finish. This
mm.
minus this.
Correct.
So this was 10, this was 5. 10 minus 5, float is 5.
5. Mm.
And or you could have calculated the same thing from here. Latest start
Yeah.
minus earliest start.
Mhm,
Latest start was 5, earliest start was 0. 5 minus
mhm,
0, 5.
mhm,
So whether you do this or this, you will
mhm,
get a float of equal value. This could be considered as a cross check.
mhm,
So this is called float. Now, there is yet another term which usually is not used. It is called span.
mm,
Span is the total extent of time in which this activity could have been done. Actually, that is the duration, which is 5 days, plus the float, which is 5 days. So 5 plus 5, 10 days is the total span.
mm,
Or you could say latest finish minus earliest start. Latest finish was 10, earliest start was 0, 10 minus 0, 10 is my span.
mm,
So this is the convention we use.
mhm.
If you have understood that, try
Okay.
to study this chart and
Okay.
uh, see how these calculations are done. And you will have to explain to me after
Mhm.
a little break, right?
Okay, sir.
Try to understand that, and then we
Yeah.
will do the exercise on that as well.
No problem.
So
Okay.
I'm just going for another 10 minutes or maybe
Okay.
15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, I'm here, sir. I'm here. Let me
Wonderful.
just turn on the camera. Let me- yes, I'm here.
Oh, can you interpret this chart and tell me what is happening here and what is the critical path, what is not the critical path?
Okay, so let's see. We have let's say okay, float. Let's do the float. Like you said, the early finish, the early finish, the latest finish minus the early finish,
Hmm.
or the latest start minus the early start. So
Hmm.
this We have 2 weeks for A, 2 weeks for
Okay.
C, and
Mhm.
so on and so forth.
Right.
And like you said, the span would
Mhm.
be the duration
Mhm.
plus the float.
Right.
So 8 weeks for A,
Mhm.
5 week for C, 4 weeks for what was I going to say? H, and so on and so forth.
Mhm.
Okay. Now,
Does
so
it mean if you say there is a float, there is a span of 8 weeks, does it
mm,
mean that it will take 8 weeks to finish?
uh, second.
If A activity, which is 6 weeks long,
Yeah.
and two
No.
weeks float, that
Yes.
means we have got a duration of 8 weeks during which this 6 week activity can happen anytime. It could happen in the first 6 weeks or the
Yes.
last 6 weeks. If it happens in the first 6 weeks, we will have 2 weeks spare at the end. If
Yeah.
it happens at the last 6 weeks, then first 2 weeks are spare.
Mm.
It doesn't affect the duration. A span is the possibility in which it can fluctuate.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, how do you interpret uh, uh, float which is zero?
Float is just because this activity is on a critical path.
Very
There
good.
is there's no room for delay or anything. So these
Very nice.
activities are okay.
So
Mhm.
we understand that
Yeah.
if an activity has a zero float, this must
Yeah.
be a critical activity.
Correct.
So how many activities are critical here?
We have G and F.
So there are only two activities which are critical. All other
Yes,
activities are not critical.
that's right.
Good. So,
Mhm.
does it, do you see one path right from start to finish where
Yes,
you have only zero float?
from start to finish.
Yep.
Yeah. So at start F, G, and H, and yeah,
So
start F and G and
right
finish.
from start, it goes here,
That's right.
then it goes here,
And
here,
G
here, and
and
then it
finish.
reaches until finish. So
That's right.
there will at least be one path in every network diagram
Yeah.
which would be a critical path.
Mhm.
How much time does it take for the project to finish on the critical path? F activity is 10 weeks and G activity is 3 weeks. So total of 13 weeks it takes from start till finish.
Yeah.
And these activities cannot be delayed because they do not have any float.
Yes.
If you look at the path ACH,
Okay.
these are 6 weeks, 3 weeks, and 2 weeks. 6
Correct.
plus 3 plus 2,
Uh,
11.
11.
That means A, C, and H could be completed in 11 weeks. But how many
Correct.
weeks do we have in total? 13 weeks.
Yeah.
So it will have a float of 2 weeks. You see, 2 weeks
And
float here, 2 weeks float here, and two
yes.
weeks float here. This
Yes.
is not a individual float. This is the shared float amongst this
Mhm.
path. A activity, if it is delayed by 1 week, the remaining float left for C and H would be 1 week only. You understand my point or not?
No, not really. The latest point. No, not
Okay,
really.
let's only concentrate on
Okay.
on the A on the path A, C, H till finish.
Okay.
How much is the total duration of the project?
Um, 11, no,
According,
you said,
according to the critical path, that is the duration of the project, which is 13 days, 13 weeks,
okay. Oh,
right?
13 weeks. Yes.
Okay. If you have gone on ACH path, 6
Yeah,
plus 3 plus 2, it would have been completed by 11 days.
correct.
So you will have 2 days to spare.
Yeah, yes.
These 2 weeks can, this is the total delay which these three activities can jointly enjoy.
Yeah, yes.
These three activities can jointly be delayed up to 2 weeks,
2 weeks.
doing no harm to the project.
Hmm.
But if they delay more than total of 2 weeks,
Hmm.
they will affect the critical path.
Correct.
Therefore, they can consume these 2 weeks within themselves, like 1 week taken by A, half week taken by C, half week taken by H. So 2 weeks will be consumed,
Hmm.
but not more than that.
Correct.
This is called total float, and total float is a shared float.
Ah,
Let us discuss B, D, and H path. It is 4 plus 8 plus 2, 10. That means if I would have walked on this path, I would
mm,
have reached the end in how many days?
just
10
let me see.
days,
Okay.
right?
Mm,
And in that case, I would have a float of 3 days.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, 3 weeks.
3 weeks, yes.
Now, the interesting part is H, H activity is part of this ACH path also and BDH path also.
Correct.
Let me draw it like this.
Mhm.
Sorry. This one, this one, this one, and this one. Now, if I only consider B, D, and H, 4, 4, 8 plus 2, 10, it would have taken 10 days, but, and that means 3 days float, but because H is both on ACH path and
Mm,
BDH path, so that H will enjoy only 2 weeks of float according to
mm,
ACH path,
mm,
right?
mm,
And 3 weeks can only be enjoyed by B and D.
mm.
Okay, tell me,
Yeah.
what if H activity is delayed by 1 week? How much total float is left for B and D to consume?
So what was the question again, please?
I am saying if
Yeah.
H activity, which is both
Yeah.
on ACH path and
Yes.
BDH path, if
Yes.
this activity gets delayed by 1 week, that means
1 week.
rather than taking 2 weeks, it takes 3 weeks. What is the float left for ACH path and what is the float left for BDH path?
Okay. So, mm, 1 second. This is 13. Also, this is, I don't,
Just imagine ACH. If
yeah.
H is 1 week only float here, then one
Mm,
week will be deducted from here and 1 week will be deducted from here. That means A and C could have enjoyed only 1 week cumulatively. Okay, if this
so,
takes,
yeah.
if this, just a moment,
Okay.
if this takes 3 days, so in that case,
Mm,
that becomes 6 plus 3 plus 3, isn't it?
see.
So it would
Yes, yes, yes,
it
yes,
would
yes,
have been
yeah.
12.
12 weeks. Yes, yes.
Sorry, it would have been. So that means it is. 1 week is consumed, it is left with 1 week for A and C cumulatively, right?
Mm.
And if 1 week is consumed here, then these will be reduced by 2 weeks each. Mean for A and D, we have cumulatively only 2 weeks left. So because H is uh, having a lesser number of total float, so this 2 weeks uh, is the maximum it can enjoy. These 3 weeks are only for B and D. Means B and D has got 1 extra week to enjoy,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So B and D have collectively 1 extra week to enjoy. Okay, let's talk about E activity.
Mm.
Let's take this path. Let me give it a different color.
Okay.
For example, on this path, we have B, D, no, not D, sorry.
E.
B, E, G, and end. So B 4, E 3, 4 plus 3, 7, 7
Mhm.
plus 3, 10. So this path, BEG, takes 10
10
days.
days.
So it will have a float of 3 days, right? 3 weeks, sorry. 3 weeks
3
here,
weeks.
3 weeks here. No.
Yes. Yes.
But because G is always already on critical path, so
Yes.
it will have to have zero float.
Yeah.
That means these 3 weeks are exclusively available to E and B. B
Yeah.
and E can
Yeah.
collectively be delayed by 3 weeks.
Mhm. Mhm.
This is called total float. Although in this diagram, there is no single activity which has a unique independent float, meaning, for example, if E was not connected with B, if it was connected directly like this, and this was not there,
Mhm.
in that case, whatever the float E had would be the free float. Free float is the float an activity independently enjoys alone.
Mhm.
Let us calculate if it was connected like that, it would have been, let me write the figures here. It would have been 0 here and 3 here. And from this point backwards, it could be 10 here. And 10 minus 3 would be 7 here. And if it was uh, 10 minus 3, this float could have been 7 weeks, right? And 7 plus 3 would be 10 weeks. That means there is no float on in G. 7 days float is independently available only for E. Such a float is called a free float. Total float is the float which is shared across the path.
Mhm.
An independent float or the free float is the float which is personally enjoyed by a single activity. Got that?
Yes, sir.
If there is no confusion, I can move ahead, but if you want me to explain anything on this chart, we can do
Okay.
that.
Uh, okay, let's move ahead, please.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Then we have got the concept of lead and lag.
Mhm.
You can see if you can just write a positive figure, 1 or 2, with any one of the arrows, that would represent what? Plus stand for?
Positive figure would be a lag.
It will be lag. That means this lag is uh, 2 days after the completion of document amendments,
Mhm.
revised specifications can be started. I mean, there
Yes.
is a gap of 2 days between this
Mhm.
and this. What does this mean?
Uh, this means what? No.
What is the
Mhm.
relationship here?
To type document amendment. Pre, uh, pre, what's that? Test prototype would be the predecessor activity.
Mhm. This is the relationship here.
Okay.
Start to start plus one.
Okay. Start to start.
And this relationship is
Finish to start.
finish to start plus two.
Okay.
Start to start plus one means that document amendment can start 1 day after test prototype has been started.
Mm.
What if, for example, this relationship was finish to start minus one? What does that mean?
That would be so a lead.
Lead. That means
Uh,
revised specification could start 1 day before test prototype has finished.
okay.
Now you can interpret all these relationships, and the best way to represent is wherever there is a lead or lag, it is
Mm.
preferred whether you can write plus or minus 1, 2, whatever. But this
Mhm.
is a better approach if you can write the full relationship. For example, this is SS plus 1, this is
Mhm.
FS plus 2, this is FS minus 1. So for lead and lag, I would prefer to represent them like this.
Mhm.
And where there is no relationship
Mhm.
written, we would assume it to be finished to start. Or
Mhm.
where there is this kind of arrow linking finish to start, we need not write FS here. Why? Because this is
Mhm.
obvious. But if there is any other relationship, we will have to write whether it is SS, it is SF, or it is FF.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, what do we have here? Dependencies. Now, as far as dependencies are concerned, they can be categorized in two manners. One is some dependencies are mandatory by nature, some are discretionary by nature.
Mm.
Meaning, mandatory is such a dependency which is mandated by law or something,
Mm.
which is necessary. For example, it says that this activity cannot start until that activity is done.
Mhm.
And this is a customer requirement or it is the law, then this is a mandatory requirement. But there are certain dependencies which are not mandatory by nature, but for better performance on the project, manager on his discretion can impose certain discretionary dependencies, which are not as important as the mandatory dependencies,
Mhm.
and it is the discretion of the project manager whether to retain them or to maintain them. But as far as mandatory dependencies are concerned, project manager is bound to abide by them.
Mhm.
This is one type of difference. Other type is internal and external dependencies. Internal dependencies are those, whether mandatory or discretionary, they are imposed internally by our organization. It is within the organization. The condition is imposed from within the organization. And if it is from external, whether mandatory or discretionary, like the standards making body have imposed a discretionary dependency or a mandatory dependency, that could be treated as an external dependency. So these are two different ways of categorizing dependencies. But if you really want to see how many options could exist,
Yeah.
there could be four options which could exist.
Yes.
There could be mandatory external dependencies. There could be mandatory internal dependencies. There could be discretionary external dependencies, and there could be discretionary internal dependencies. These could be the four classifications all your dependencies may fall in. So far, so good?
So far, so good, sir. Yes.
Very nice. So mandatory dependencies are those that are legally or contextually required, are inherent in the nature of the work. You can't avoid them, you have to follow them. Often involve physical limitation, such as on a construction project, where it is impossible to erect a superstructure until after the foundation has been built. This is a physical dependency. Anyways, moving on, there
Yes, sir.
could be discretionary dependencies, sometimes referred to as preferred logic, or preferential logic, or soft logic. They are established based on the knowledge of best practices within the particular application area or some unusual aspect of the project where a specific sequence is desired, not mandatory, but desired. Maybe due to a policy, maybe due to something else, even though there may be other acceptable sequences. So you made a choice that I'll not do not like that, but like this. So you have chosen, this is your choice. For example, generally accepted best practices recommend that during construction, the electrical work should start after finishing the plumbing work. But this is not a condition, but this is a preferred approach. This order is not mandatory, and both activities may occur at the same time in parallel. You can do that. But performing the activities in sequential order reduces the overall project risk. I hope you are getting me.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So discretionary dependencies should be fully documented since they can create arbitrary total float values. You remember what is total float?
To the flow.
On a non-critical
That,
path,
yeah.
the float which is distributed amongst all the activities
Yes.
on that path.
Yes.
Discretionary dependencies should be fully documented since they can create arbitrary, this I read. Then, okay, when fast tracking techniques are employed, what is fast tracking?
Uh, Compression technique.
Hmm?
Fast tracking, having activities in parallel.
In parallel, the activities which are done uh,
Sequentially.
in a sequence,
Yeah.
because they are optional, they are discretionary dependency, so we
Yeah.
can do them in parallel as well, right?
Yes, sir.
So when we do that them in parallel, we are resorting to fast tracking option.
Yeah.
So the project team determines which dependencies are discretionary during the process of sequencing the activities. External dependencies involve a relationship between project activities and non-project activities. These dependencies are usually outside the project team's control. They don't control it. For example, testing activity in a software project may be dependent on the delivery of the hardware from an external source, or government environmental hearings may need to be held before site preparation can begin on a construction project. So this is something, there is some activity which is dependent on an outside force. That are external dependencies. They are not linked with anything within the project. Whereas there are internal dependencies, they involve a precedence relationship between project activities and are generally inside the project team control. If they like, they can change them. For example, if the team cannot test a machine until they assemble it, this is an internal mandatory dependency. The project team determines which dependencies are internal during the process of sequencing the activities. So I hope the differences are very, very much clear now.
Okay.
Okay, there are other tools which are not really very commonly used, but they are considered as some kind of tools. A graphical evaluation and review technique, GERT, uh, is a tool. You can search it out on
Okay.
internet. It is not usually used. We are more aware about PERT, P-E-R-T, which is program evaluation and review technique. A graphic evaluation and review technique is a graphical tool, right, to ascertain the right sequence. I have not seen it being used anywhere. Similarly, in IT industry, they have got system dynamics model, allows the depiction of non-sequential activities and conditional branching. If this occurs, then you will go on this path. This normally occurs only in software, right? If the answer of on this path is two, is more than two, go on the right path. Otherwise, go on the left path. There is a decision box, which is normally we don't find these decision boxes in our normal network diagram. These are only used in the IT sector. Then we have network templates from previous projects. It could cover the whole project, or maybe you could copy and paste a portion of a previous project. For example, you are trying to construct a house and you do have a historical data or a network diagram of another project which was done almost in the same design and manner as you are doing it. So either you could copy the whole network diagram or you could copy a portion of that diagram into your project. Meaning you are trying to use a network template from another project. These are not very commonly used tools, therefore I am not emphasizing on them. Okay, here is an example of lead and lags. We have two examples here. The first one is fs minus 2 weeks. Minus 2 means lead.
Lead.
These two activities are linked in a finish to start manner, but the subsequent activity, landscape building lot, could be started 2 weeks before the punch list is completed. What about this one? Start to start minus 15. No, it is not minus, it is plus 15 because it is a lag.
Yes.
It should have been plus 15.
Yes. Oh.
That means After the draft has been written, or I should say 15 days after the draft has been written,
Mm.
no, sorry, not written. We have started writing the draft. 15 days af- after that, we can start editing the draft, meaning the draft may not be complete. Draft may or may not be complete. We are not really concerned about it. But after we had started writing the draft and 15 days have passed, we could start editing the draft.
Right.
Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is another example showing a lot many of these things. So you can recognize all these relationships.
Mhm.
You can see a start to start, a start to start plus 10. Now, can you explain
Mhm.
when will I start? Because there are two arrows getting into it. There are two conditions. Both conditions will have to be fulfilled.
Correct.
So can you tell me what are those two conditions? Which are fulfilled, then I can start,
All right. Okay. So basically, K has to be finished
right?
also, as well as H. So, because there's
So H
a
should have started.
path. Sorry.
H has a different relationship. HI has what relationship?
Uh, start to start
Yes,
plus
plus 10.
uh the plus 10, which is no, 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 hold on, hold on. A lag.
A lag. So
Yeah,
there are two conditions. Number one,
yeah,
A should have finished, as well as there must have
H.
been 10 days passed after the H has started.
Yes.
These two conditions, both if fulfilled, only then I can start.
This one.
I cannot start if one of these conditions is fulfilled. Both
Mhm.
of these conditions must have fulfilled as if I can start. Now, when can C start?
C um, C can start when H and B finish.
No,
No, when the conditions are met.
both
So
conditions.
both conditions, yes.
And what are both conditions? Number one,
Um,
H should have finished and B should have started.
yes.
If H has finished and B has started, C is allowed to start.
Yeah.
Anything else? How do you define L-J relationship? You see, J has got two arrowheads getting into it. One is
Yeah.
coming from I, other is
Yes.
coming from L. So what is the condition here on J?
Okay, so finish to start with I and
That means J
finish to
cannot start until I has finished.
yeah, and
And
then
the other condition,
finish to finish from
hmm,
L. Uh, let's say how does that work? So L has to finish
as
before
if,
J can finish.
yes, exactly. So both the conditions are to be respected by J.
Yeah.
J will not start until I has finished, and J
Mm,
will not finish until L has finished.
mm, yeah.
I hope you can interpret these sequences very well now.
Yeah, a bit more practice is needed indeed. So here we goes.
But why we don't use it very often? Because we are in habit of doing everything in finish to start. And
Mm,
projects can be done that way. But if you want to make them more effective, more economical, then probably you may have to change these relationships and use
mm,
leads and lags. Because you don't usually do that. Therefore, you
yes.
are like kind of little confused about it. How can it be done? But if you start using it in your project, you will find that
Mm.
these are very effective tools. This makes your project more efficient,
Thank you, sir.
reduce your time.
Okay.
PMIS, as I told you, is a
Mhm.
information system, is an automated information system. But classically, it doesn't really say that it is supposed to be a computer software. It could
Mhm.
be a manual set of procedures also, right? Because
Yes.
when there were no computers, there still were information systems on paper.
Mhm.
We could have recorded those things, all those information in shape of paper, and that could be useful for um, advising how the thing should be done. But with the advent of IT, computers, and software, we have now almost all information systems loaded onto the computer.
Mm.
We are using MS Project, we are using databases and things like that. So they all result in project management information system. But when I say project management information system, then this could be a specific software selected for this purpose.
Mhm.
It may be MS Project, may be Primavera, it may be any other.
Mhm.
And outputs, as we do understand that from this sequencing activity, we will have all of these documents updated, while we also have the network diagram. But remember, network diagram may not have durations mentioned on it. Although we talked about durations here, we talked about those things, but that, remember, is not part of sequencing. Sequencing does not have durations, does not know durations.
Mhm.
Actually, all the work we have done here about the durations, like, this chart, this
Mhm.
can only be available if the estimate has been made. So basically, this specific job where the critical path is created can only be done when the durations have been. So basically you will have a diagram like this or like this.
Mm.
But once the durations are achieved, we learn about the duration, naturally that is the next process. Then only can we do all this exercise. And once we do this exercise, then we know what is the critical path, what is not the critical path, where there is float, how much is the float. This is all the subject coming after we have sequencing done and
Mhm.
durations estimated. So classically speaking, all of this calculation is not part of sequencing. This is part of developing the schedule. Because the natural next step after all this full calculation has been done is to
Mhm.
translate all this into a bar
Yes.
chart.
Mhm.
And the information displayed here on this screen is
Mhm.
sufficient to develop a Gantt chart. You know the whole duration. You know the
Mhm.
duration for each activity. You know the start and finish date of each activity. You can draw a Gantt chart just based on this information. Do you want me to try it out?
Uh, yes, please. It's okay.
Okay, let us say I will superimpose it. Let us say this is my y-axis and this is my x-axis.
Mm.
This side is my time, and this side is my cost
Mhm.
moving upwards. Okay, I have got how many activities? Let me put them down here. Let me call it. I have got A, B, C, D, E, F,
G.
G, H. So A, B, C, D, E, F, H. Please ignore this R. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Everything catered for. Okay, my duration, total duration of the project is how much? What is my critical path?
Uh,
13 weeks.
yeah.
So let me mark those 13 weeks here. For example, let me say this is my 10th week, and this is my 5. So this is my 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is my 10. This is 11. This is 12, and this is 13. So my project should finish on this date. Got it?
Yes, sir.
So let me write the numbers here. This is 5. This is, sorry. This is 5. This is 10. And this is 13. It is in weeks. So earliest dates only. Let's consider the top bars. Earliest dates only. Let me draw the bars accordingly. Let us say earliest A can start on day 0. This is my day 0, right? This is my 0 point. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
So my bar would go from here till this point, 6, right?
6 weeks, yes.
Okay. Uh, B will go from 0
To
to how
4.
much? To 4.
4.
And C will go from 6 to 9.
Yeah.
So
C. No, wait.
what I have done,
C?
I'm sorry. A should be 0 to 6. No,
Yeah.
that was all right. I'm sorry. That was all right. 0 to
Yeah.
6, and B was from
4
0 to
weeks. 4.
4,
Yeah.
and C is from 6
To 3.
to 9,
Oh.
and D was from 4 to 8. It is 4 to
C.
this is D, and E is from 4 to 7. 4 to 7, and F is like F is 0 to 10.
Mm.
F is 0 to 10. And E is 4 to 7. So E is 4 to 7. And G is from 10 to 13. That is from here to here. Now, ignore these words. I'm going to write their names here on top. A, this is B, this is C, this is D, this is E, this is F, this is G, and this is H. This is just I have drawn these lines purely based on earliest start and earliest finish dates.
Mhm.
And I have created a Gantt chart, right?
Yes, sir.
And what was my critical path? F
F.
and G.
Yeah.
So let me have that defined with a red color. This is my F
Mm-hmm.
and this is my H. This is my critical path. And I can connect it through a critical line. This is it.
Mm.
And this is my finish date. And this is my start date. So these activities are critical, so they are marked with red. All other
Mm.
activities, yes, those activities could also have some relationships, like these activities, these two are connected with that, rather, all three of them are connected. And this is connected with this, and maybe these two are connected, right? So yes, of
Yes.
course, this could be something looking like that, but we are more
Mm.
concerned about the critical path. But interestingly, as I said, we have drawn it only based on the earliest date. What if we would have drawn it based on the latest dates? Let us try to do it superimposing in a different color. Let
Mm.
us say I am using a blue color. What could be the line? And I will superimpose it. What could be the start date is 2 and finish date is 8, latest. So 2 is here. So it could have started from this point. I'm sorry. I want to in blue color, right? So where am I? Here am I. It is 2 and should have gone to 5, 6, 7. This is probably 6, 7. This could be the point.
Okay. Yeah.
I am sorry. I'm talking about 2. 2, A. A could have
A.
started from 2, 6, 7, 8. Right. This is the latest it could have gone. About B, 3 to 7. So this is 3 and this is 7. So it could have been done later like this.
Mm.
Okay. What about C? 8 to 11.
Mm.
It is going to be 8 here and 11 is something approximately here. 8 to 11. What about D? D could be 7 to 11. So it could be something like here to this point. And E could be 7 to 10. This is E. 7 to 10.
Mm.
And F could be, okay,
Mm.
because F is a critical activity,
Mm.
it will be superimposed on itself, 0 to 10, no change.
Mm.
And as far as G is concerned,
Mm.
sorry, no, F, no, G, what I have done?
Mm. G is here.
E, F, G, yes, I think there is something, right. This is, this is G. This must be G, this must be H. I have done them wrongly.
Mm.
This is G. Let me change the name of that. This is G, and this is H. Okay. Anyways, the placing is all right. So
Mhm.
it could be shown as G would be shown like this, and H would be shown as uh, like this, 11 to 13. Although if we had only the earliest dates diagram, that is okay. But if you create a superimposed diagram, there is an advantage. What? Advantage is it starts showing you the span and float.
Mm.
Let me show you how it shows span and float. You see, this is your span of A activity. This is your span of B activity. This is your span of C activity. This is your span of 10 activity, D activity. This is span of E activity. This is span of F activity. As far as the H activity is concerned, this is the total span from here to here. And this has a span of this much time. So you see, even span calculations are correct. Tell me
Mm.
what is the span of 8 from 0 to 8? 0 to 8. B, B span is from 0 to 7. 0 to 7. You see?
Mhm.
Okay. If that duration, let me change the color. If the duration of this activity is this much, then float is this much. You understand?
Hold up.
Duration is 0 to 6. Remaining is float.
Yeah. See. Yes,
Or
yes.
if you want to show the float first, this is the float and this is the duration.
Mm. Mm.
Both ways. So
I'm with you.
this could represent things like that.
Mm.
So in a way, this is my duration. I'm just marking the durations. This is my duration. And you can assume the float. This is my duration. This is my duration. And naturally, the critical activities have just all the time is duration. All the time is duration. And H activity has a very interesting phenomena. They have got duration this much and float is this much.
Mm. Mm.
I think you can interpret it, and now you are able to actually I mean the whole of this calculation on this screen, even the uh, what do you call it, the precedence networking calculation is part of development of schedule,
Mm.
because the network diagram plus the estimation put together actually becomes the developed schedule.
Mm.
Anyways, I've just shown you something which we would be doing later, but
Yes, sir.
just to reduce the confusion, because I didn't want you to assume that this network diagram in a critical path and all is part of sequencing. No, it is not part of sequencing. This is part of the final development of the schedule, where the Gantt chart can directly be created out of it.
Mm.
Should I remove this writing?
It's okay, sir. As you like. So good.
Okay. Should we proceed ahead?
Yes, please.
You don't want to note anything or something?
No, so I'll take the time to review, maybe watch the video again, and then take it from there.
Okay, right. Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
We have talked about all these things. Next is estimation. Now you see,
Okay.
we have
Mm,
already studied things which we should have done after estimation, right?
okay. Yeah.
Therefore, just ignore them for the time being. Let us concentrate on activity duration estimate.
Mm,
For each activity we have identified, we are supposed to determine estimate of that activity according to the time. How much time will be required to do this activity,
mm.
right? So, amount of time each activity will take to complete. This process is performed throughout the project because this exercise is repeated time and again throughout the life of the project.
Mm,
So, what all we have is naturally we have the project management plan, we have the project document so far created, we have the activity attributes ready, activity list is there, assumption log is there, old lessons learned are there, milestone list is there. We have created all these things. And project team assignments are there. Resource breakdown structure, we are assuming that in parallel, the resource also is being calculated. Resource calendars are available from there. So all of these resource requirements, these risk registers, when all of these things are available, now
mm,
I use these techniques, expert judgment. Now these are the three types of estimates, rather four
mm,
types of estimate, and some data analysis, which includes alternatives and reserve analysis. And
mm.
then we make our decision through meetings. What are the basic four methods? Remember, these estimation techniques are not only for activity duration estimation.
Mhm.
Same techniques can be used for cost estimation.
And
Same techniques can be used for resource estimation.
yes.
So whatever
Yeah.
you learn about estimation is applicable to schedule, cost, and resources. All three types of estimates can be estimated in the same manner. What is the analogous estimating? Analogous
Um,
estimating is when you create an analogy from a previous experience
mhm.
and say, I have done a similar job earlier in earlier project, and I could do that in 5 days. So I assume I can still do it in 5 days. It is called one-to-one relationship that because the volume is almost the similar, I could do it in 5 days in previous project. So now also I think I can do it in that. This is one-to-one analogy, meaning they are equal in size.
Mhm.
What if this assignment, the job I am doing, the activity I am doing, is double in volume? So it will be 1 to n analogy that I was able to do it in 5 days there. This is double the job. So maybe I will be able to do it in 10 days. Or maybe, it could be a reverse analogy or n to 1 analogy that previous job which I have done was more heavier, and this time what I'm trying to do is 5 times less heavy. So it will take only 1 day this time. If this activity was done previously in 5 days, because this is a shorter one, so we'll be able to do it in 1 day.
Mm.
So these are various examples of analogous estimating where you develop a relationship with a historical data with your current data and create some kind of an analogy which needs not be one-to-one analogy. It could be one to n, n to one, or whatever. Then we have got another method, which is this is the most approximate estimation. Analogous estimate is most or least reliable estimation.
Mhm. Mhm.
The better one, which is better than an analogous, is called parametric estimating. Parametric estimating is through a lot of historical data, we know that a man can construct a wall
Mhm.
of 10 feet in 3 days. If I put two men, naturally they can do it in 5 days. So I establish a parameter, how
Mhm.
much a person can do. And for example, it is a carpentry work, it would be a person can do this much work in 1 hour or something like that. So basically, I establish a parameter based on historical and statistical data, and this is pretty good estimate. I use this estimate, but again, there are problems with this kind of estimate,
Mhm.
and that is called uh, it's just skipping my mind. Um, and economy
If
is something like
w-
I'm just forgetting that term which is used. Basically, that says that when you, for example, one person can do this job in 10 days,
yeah.
then 10 people can do it in 1 day. Is it
Ah,
justified?
okay, one person in 10 days. Hold on, hold on 1 second.
It's a straight calculation. Is it
Yeah,
is it doable?
so one person, hold on 1 second. I didn't
I
get it.
say there's a 20 feet wall. One person, if works alone, can construct this wall in 10 days.
Yes.
I say, okay, let's increase people. I say, okay, put 10 people on it. Can
Yeah,
10
possibly.
people
Yes,
do it in 1 day?
possibly.
Possible theoretically, but
Yes,
practically, they are simultaneously working. They will have workspace of only 2 feet per person,
correct.
which will hinder their speed.
Mm.
They won't be able to do it in 1 day.
Mm.
They will take more time.
Mm.
Okay, what if I have divided this work in two people? That would have been possible because both people are having enough space to work
Mm.
the leg
Mm.
room, and
Mm.
probably they can work as efficiently.
Mm.
Two people can probably do it in 5 days, but 10
Mhm.
people can't do it in 1 day.
That's true.
Yeah, the word came to my mind. It is called economies of scale.
Uh-huh.
Economies of scale, which
Mhm.
means if you keep increasing the ratio, I mean, keep reducing the number of, increasing the number of people, that does not particularly increase your work speed,
Efficient. Yeah.
right? So there
Mm.
will be a limit after which it will start declining, right?
Mm. Yes,
From
sir.
1 to 2, the speed was good. 1 to 3, it still worked well with a
Mhm.
little bit of, you know, rubbing shoulders and all.
Yeah.
With 4, it became a little more difficult, meaning it is not state calculation. It is
Mm.
it is like, okay, if I could draw it on like a graph,
Mm.
would be something. It would be a graph like this.
Mm.
Earlier, as you keep increasing the number of people, your graph is going up.
Yeah.
But as we proceed ahead, and if we keep loading resources, 10 resources, 100 resources, 200, it will come to a straight line. No more improvement in our
Mhm.
time, right? So this is called economies of scale. We don't want to get stuck in that situation. Okay. The output would be the duration estimate and basis of estimate. That is the logic or formula you have used to create the duration estimate. That would be the basis. You have to record it. Why do you say it takes 2 days? Do you have any calculation to support it? If you don't, then it is just a rough estimate. So what is the reason? Is it analogous? It is parametric? How do you do it? Third method is 3-point estimate. It is even better than parametric because you have
Mhm.
seen the problem with parametric. It fails in economies of scale. But 3-point estimate is even better because 3-point estimate takes the statistical average
Mhm.
of previous experiences. It calculates the deviations and all, and ultimately predicts for you the most appropriate time possible to complete this task.
Mhm.
So 3-point estimate, we have three values. We have
Mhm.
most likely value, which most of the
Yes.
people think that they can do this job in this time. And then we have got a pessimist value and an optimist value. That is, you can't ignore the pessimist and optimist because they are not lying. If I ask a number of people, maybe 500 people, if you do this job, how much time you will take? They all will base it on their experience. And I would observe that more than 50% of people must be of very similar opinion. Rather, statistically speaking, it could be more than 66.7% of people who would have a very similar opinion. Then there are deviations in opinion. The deviation in opinion is to the extreme. Everybody on average is saying that this job can be done in 4 days, but
Mhm.
there is one person I know who says you are all fools. I have personal experience doing this kind of job, and
Mhm.
it is impossible to complete it before 10 days. This is a pessimist, but I can't ignore him because when
Mhm.
he did a similar kind of job, he must have faced certain uncertainties, risks, problems, issues, which caused him to complete this job in not less than 10 days. But at the same time, I have another person who is an optimist. He says, I have personally done this kind of job and I did
Mhm.
it in 2 days. I can't ignore this person also because this person might have been very lucky and he faced circumstances which were so full of opportunity that
Mhm.
he could do the 4 days job in 2 days. Now, question is, one thing is that I take a straight approach. I ignore the optimist and the pessimist and take the opinion of the majority. That normally works, but that is not how the statistic works. Statistics takes the outliers, the pessimist
Mhm.
and optimist also in view, as if proper correction can be applied. That means they will not take a simple average of three values, but they
Mhm.
will take a weighted average giving
Mhm.
4 times more weightage to the
Mhm.
most likely value, 1 time weightage to the pessimist, 1 time weightage to the optimist, and that will give me a perfectly uh, good estimate for
Mhm.
doing this job. This works most of the time,
Mhm.
right? But
Yep.
still, although this is very accurate, but this is not actual. So I would say out of the analogous, parametric, and 3 point estimate, 3 point
Mhm.
seems the best out of these three.
Mhm.
But the thing which beats them all is the bottom up estimating, where a person holding experience physically measures and calculates how much work is required to do this job. We are not taking opinion from people.
Mhm.
We are actually measuring the volume of work and calculating it. This is called bottom up estimating, and
Mhm.
this is the best you could estimate, right? The person who is responsible for doing this job, I ask him to calculate in detail and tell me how much time you will take.
Mhm.
This is called bottom up estimating. The person responsible is making a calculation, I'm checking it, and I'm then allocating him this estimate. We also can resort to data analysis. That
Mhm.
is, what are the various alternatives available, and analyzing those various analysis
Mhm.
alternatives and choosing the best out of them. Maybe doing this job, there are five various different options I could have adopted.
Mhm.
So selecting the best is alternative analysis, and reserve analysis is, if something goes wrong, where can I get my reserves from? How much reserves do I need for this? This is more like a risk analysis.
Mhm.
Anyways, we make our decision, choose
Mhm.
the appropriate estimating technique, and determine the duration of each duration estimate of each activity, provide the basis of estimate, update the project documents like all of these,
Mhm.
and this is how these things are happening. These are the inputs coming in. We are having the duration estimate and basis of estimate sent out to project documents, and other documents which are updated are also sent out into the document. Yeah, this is the law of diminishing returns.
Mhm.
Economies of scale, also we call it law of diminishing return. When one factor used to determine the effect required to produce a unit of work is increased while all other factors remain fixed, a point will eventually be reached at which additions of that one factor start to yield progressively smaller or diminishing returns. Got that?
Mhm.
If you, I keep adding the people to an activity, it will not become more efficient. It will start becoming, lakhs and lakhs. Ultimate, adding any more people would result
Mhm.
in no benefit at all. Then is the number of resources. Increasing the number of resources to twice the original number of resources does not always reduce the time by half. This is the philosophy of law
Mhm.
of diminishing returns, or you can also call it economies of scale.
Mhm.
Advances in technology, this may also play an important role in determining duration estimates. For example, an increase in the output of the manufacturing plant may be achieved by procuring the latest advances in technology, which may impact duration and resource. And then it says a motivated staff can work better.
Mhm.
Project manager also need to be aware of a student syndrome. What is a student syndrome? Are you
Uh,
aware about that?
yeah. The student just tend to leave the task to the last
Exactly. It is
moment.
procrastinating.
Yeah.
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 You see, the student syndrome is that if you give him, you have an exam next week,
Yeah.
and you have 1 week to prepare, the
Yes.
student will go back and relax. He will keep relaxing for 4 days, and on fifth day, he is a little disturbed. I have wasted all my time. How can I prepare? He says, okay, if I have wasted so much time, let us rest for another 4 hours. So he keeps wasting time and reducing the time available to him to prepare for the exam. And ultimately, he has to work really very hard in the very last hour of the preparation. And naturally, he might have covered half the syllabus in that time, but at the same time, he did not visit or revisit the remaining of the syllabus, meaning that is a possibility of failure. So, if you ask him, how is your preparation? He would say, I just needed one more hour to prepare. If I had that, he wasted 7 days and he needs 1 hour more to prepare. This is student syndrome. All data and assumptions that support duration estimating are documented for each activity duration estimate. So we have these inputs. Uh, we have talked about these. These are the various project documents which are updated. And these are the enterprise environmental factors, organization process assets, tools. We have discussed them all. These are the details about analogous estimating, parametric estimating, 3-point estimate, 3 values, most likely optimistic, pessimistic. And this is the formula for, uh, okay, let me describe that. Uh, there could be 2 ways of applying 3-point estimate. One way is a state average. That is ignoring the intensity of the optimist, pessimist, and the most likely, and treating them all alike. That would be a state average. This is called a triangular distribution in statistics. But if you give 4 times more value to the most likely, then we will have 4 plus 1 plus 1, 6 values. So divided by 6, that would be called this formula. A plus 4m plus b divided by 6. This is called beta distribution. And this is more viable. Bottom up estimating I have discussed with you. Data analysis I have discussed with you. Decision making meetings. Duration estimates, basis of estimate. Product document updates. Okay. So we are done so far.
Yeah.
Developing the schedule, I think I should not start it now. Let us spend it for the next week, and we can discuss the development of schedule and control of schedule, 2 topics we can discuss in the next class, and then we can start with the standard for scheduling also.
Okay.
Will that be all right?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
So I am leaving you around 20, 25 minutes earlier. I hope
Okay.
that will. So thank you very much.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you
And
for your time.
see you
And
next
that's all.
week. Thank
See
you.
you
Bye
next week,
bye.
sir. Bye for now.